Hello and welcome to everybody tuning in on YouTube. I really appreciate you so much for joining. Same thing to everybody who's joined so far over on TikTok. Thank you so much for being here. This is the 357th episode of the Dean Withers Show. Today's episode is pretty special because at the end of the episode today, we're going to be joining Andy Beshear's podcast, having a little bit of a 20 to 30 minute conversation with him. Not sure about what, but I guess we'll see. So that's a whole lot of fun. If you don't know who Andy Beshear is, he's the governor of Kentucky, an historically red state that has voted for Trump in all three elections. But he's a Democrat. Two-term Democrat with a 65% approval rating. And the reason why I accepted the invitation to go on his podcast later is because I'm so interested in talking to him. He is the most bipartisanly supported Democrat in America right now. You know, we live in an age of such polarization where if you're on the left, you really don't like people on the right. If you're on the right, you really don't like people on the left. But yet, this is somebody that is supposedly on the left. I mean, he's a Democrat, right? With bipartisan support in a very red state. So that's interesting. We're going to talk to him. I would expect some disagreements to rise. Like, I maybe think one of the reasons why he has some bipartisan support is because he's maybe a little bit too centrist for me. But I don't know. I could be wrong. Maybe the reason why he has bipartisan support is because he's actually focused on the real issues of affordability and ensuring that the average American is kept safe from the top 1%. I don't know. That's why I'm going on his podcast. That's what we're going to figure out later. That's going to be a whole lot of fun. Now, we already do have our very first Trump supporter for the day loaded up and connected into the live stream. Their name is AJ. We're going to talk to them here in a moment. Before we do, I also just want to go over the breaking news. So, breaking news, Conan O'Brien absolutely fucking fried Donald Trump at the Oscars last night. Cooked his ass without even mentioning his name. So, I'm going to go ahead and play that clip now. I thought that I had it pulled up, but I just read the title of the clip I had pulled up, and it was a whole other joke that he made. So unfortunately, I may have to resort down to pulling this up from an Instagram post that I saw earlier on my feed of somebody else reporting on it. So you might hear some other creator's voice here. And that's my fault. I thought I had the clip pulled up, but I just read the headline attached to it, and it was a whole different joke that was made. But all right, let's go ahead and pull this up now, guys. Here's Conan O'Brien at the Oscars last night, calling shots against Trump. Oh, actually, wrong post. Sorry. Jesus Christ, you could tell that it's early, right? you could tell that it's a little bit early for me. It's 11 a.m. over here. I guess I really don't have my senses about me, and I'm failing to pull up a clip. Anyways, here we go.
And the Has a Small Penis Theater.
Oh my God, we need to restart it because I was talking too long. Jesus Christ! Oh my God! All right. Last try. Okay. Let's take a look.
We're coming to you live from the Has a Small Penis Theater. Let's see him put his name in front of that.
What makes
So I thought that was pretty funny. That's the way that Conan O'Brien started his opening monologue, saying that coming live from the Has a Small Penis Theater, let's see him put his name in front of that. And he didn't even have to say Trump's name because we all know Trump. We all know this is the guy that likes to put his name in front of anything and everything. The Kennedy Center to different infrastructure projects that were started by the Biden administration. And now, apparently, we all want him to put his name in front of the Has a Small Penis Theater because I think that would truly be representative of the man he is. Now, we also have some other breaking news pertaining to the U.S.-Iranian war. Our allies are continually rejecting Donald Trump's call for help to fight Iran to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. They don't want to be involved. They don't want to be involved at all. Germany just rejected that request, and many other allies are to follow. So that's another really interesting breaking news update. But let's go ahead and hop into those debates. Once again, if you've never been here before, that's what we do. We talk to Trump supporters about why the hell they still support Trump as president. AJ, I appreciate your patience. Like I said, we already have our very first Trump supporter of the day loaded up in and connected to the live. So go ahead and take it away, man. Tell us how the hell you're still MAGA.
All right, so pretty much the first point I wanted to make, it's more of like a question. So I have a buddy, and his name is Lorenzo, and he's always talking about how if Kamala Harris was president, then there would be no war right now. And I just want to see what you think about that.
Yeah, super true.
Why is that?
Because the reason that we're at war with Iran is because of Donald Trump. Like, he's the one that decided to press the button to launch the missiles and kill the 174 elementary schoolgirls in southern Iran. He's the one that decided we needed to take out the Ayatollah right now. Not to mention that he's historically the one that has increased tension between Iran and the U.S. by pulling us outside of the JCPOA nuclear agreement.
All right.
And he's the one with the incentive to start the war, to like deflect away from the files. You know, if Kamala Harris was president, she wouldn't have to start a war to deflect away from her involvement in the Epstein files, because there is no involvement with her in the Epstein files.
True. What do you think about her being the first female president?
Oh my God, I'd love it, dude. I think that'd make us look really powerful on the global stage. As well as I think it would just be really symbolically meaningful to a lot of the women and girls in this country, especially the older women.
Right. All right. Now, I have one more question, but this is the most serious one, and I need your 100%.
I just want to hear why you support Trump. Do you want to give an argument for that?
I mean, I try to see the best of both worlds, you know what I mean? So, like, I have views that are right and left. So, like, I'm not 100%, like, redneck. I drive a Ford F-150. I'm a Trump supporter, you know what I mean?
Okay,
but
1 second. There's a couple of people on TikTok spamming guesses following minors. Dude turned, like, 18, like, 2 months ago. He could still be in high school with like 17-year-olds who are minors as like his friends that he's in class with every day. But feel free to like take a screenshot and send that over on a private Discord ticket. But like keep in mind, right? It's going to be fully dependent on their age. So I mean, like if they're like 17, I'm not really going to give a shit. But still, yet it depends on how young they are. So just take a screenshot, post it over in a private Discord ticket. But in the meantime, go ahead.
All right, here's my final question. Pretty much, if you were 5 inches in Trump and Elon Musk was 5 inches in you, would you move forwards or backwards?
Well, I mean, I would love to answer your question, but I don't really think that you would really absorb the answer because I'm not convinced you have a brain.
Nah, I would. I promise you I would.
No, I mean, I just don't think it's like literally meaningless. I'd just be like wasting CO2 gas emitted into the atmosphere because of like the fact that there'd be literally zero comprehension to the response to your question because you just lack any like cognitive function. It's just like it wouldn't go anywhere and wouldn't make any sense.
I don't see why I wouldn't comprehend it though.
Well, I mean, because you don't have a brain. I thought I already told you.
Well, all right. Well, let me hear your reason.
Can you would you be able to like understand the reason at all? Like, I don't think that you would. You just don't have a brain. It's like it's just kind of like pointless for me to answer the question.
Possibly.
Let's go to move on to the next guest, guys. Only up inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Trump as president, please and thank you. Trucker Life, thank you so much for the $20 over on Super Chat. Appreciate you so much for that love to Trucker Life. Trucker Life with the $20 says, I'm a 39-year-old black male U.S. Army veteran and have never voted because I never understood the point. I now understand by watching your lives. Thank you. Well, thank you so much for taking something positive away from what we talk about. I'm so happy that we've inspired you to get more involved. That is exactly what we want. Let's get 200 Trucker Life W's down below in that comment section, as well as let's see, Squalls, appreciate you for the 5 gifted over on YT as well. Thank you so much, Squalls and Trucker Life. Show some love to Squalls and Trucker Life down below. I welcome in. Do you support Trump? You have 5 seconds before you're banned. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, banned. We're going to go to put the rules back up on screen on TikTok to still try to find that very first guess. The rules are very simple. You just got to be 18 plus American and MAGA. That's about it. If you break our rules, you are going to go ahead and get a ban, and we're going to be banning people that are inside of the queue and breaking the rules as well. My moderation team are going to be taking a look at your accounts. If there's anything in which signals you to be like clearly anti-Trump, minor, not living in America, you are going to get banned. So welcome in. Do you support Trump? Debbie, I'm going to go and give you 5 seconds to respond before you're banned as well. Your 5 seconds start now. 5, 4, 3. Oh, there she is. Hi, Debbie. Do you support Trump?
No, not at all. I was tapping.
No worries, Debbie. I'm not going to ban you. Let's go to move on to the next guest. We got, let's see. Who do we want up? We got Big Al loading into the box, as well as Carrie. Oh, my goodness gracious. Carrie, thank you so much for the $50 on Bimbo. Thank you so much for that love, Carrie. That is so incredibly kind of you. It is so good to see you again today. I swear to God, you've been so very kind to me over the course of the last couple days. Just know that I really appreciate you. Let's get 500 Carrie W's down below in that chat. She didn't really leave a message attached, just sent the love. Thank you so much for your support. Same thing to Bethany. Thank you so much for the 5. As well as Caitlin. Thank you so much for this for the $15. Who says, I'm from, welcome in, man. Just give me 1 second. Who says, I'm from South East Kentucky, small place, and we love Andy. We hope he runs for president. Yeah, I'm happy to have a conversation with him later. Thank you for the $15, Caitlin. As well as Haley. Appreciate you for the $5 over on PP. Appreciate you so much for that love. Welcome in, Big Al. Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
How old are you?
27.
Okay. All right. And why the hell do you support the worst president of your life, Mr. Trump? I just feel as if there's like no redeeming qualities to supporting his administration, but of course that's what we're going to talk about today. So take it away.
Yeah, absolutely. I just hate niggers.
All right. So we definitely do expect Trump supporters to come up here and scream the N-word and say that they hate N-words because there's very fucking racist. And you're just such a disgusting person. So I'm going to ban you. But guys, that's kind of where MAGA is at. That's kind of where MAGA is at, you guys. There are so many of them that are so violently racist. And that's one of the main reasons why so many of the bigots still support Trump today is because of their violent racism, because of how terrible of a president Trump is. There's no other way that they could defend his presidency, so they kind of just took the mask off and they started to be honest. Now, we're obviously going to ban that disgusting racist and move on to the next guest. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
How old are you?
19.
What year were you born in?
6th of January 2007.
2007. What time is it?
What time is it? 11:30.
11:30. What state are you in?
Kansas City.
Okay, I have a question. What state is to the left of Kansas?
No idea.
Okay, and I don't believe you. Let's go to move on to the next guest. Colorado, by the way. I know that because I'm in Colorado. All right, we got Nate loading up into the box right now. Only hop inside of the queue if you happen to be MAGA. Plus, a lot of people from Kansas City are letting me know right now in that comment section that it's actually Central Time Zone where it's 12:30. Hi, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
You can't pick him up with one arm?
Nate, you're in the live. Do you support Trump? All right, looks like Nate is a little bit preoccupied. Moving on to the next guest right now. Follow those rules or get banned. We got Benjamin S. loading up into the box. Here we go, guys. Still looking for that first Trump supporter of the day. By the way, it can be very difficult to actually get Trump supporters loaded up into the live because there's not a lot of people that still support Trump, right? There's not a lot of people that still support Trump at all. And for that reason, it's pretty hard to load people up. And it's quite embarrassing for MAGA, but it's also a good thing for the world because all that tells us is that Donald Trump's approval rating is very quickly declining. Hi, do you support Trump? I'm going to give you 3 seconds to respond. Okay, they're not here, so once again, moving on to the next guest. Guys, we're going to go ahead and do something real quick. I'm going to start kicking random people from the queue just to ensure that the people who are in the queue mean to be in the queue and are doing so intentionally. So if you are a Trump supporter and you get kicked from the queue, just feel free to rejoin. I'm also going to ask my moderators to do the same thing. And the reason why we are doing this is just to ensure that the people who are in the queue are active, are present, and are actively following the rules. If you want to know what the rules are, you just have to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. If you break the rules, then you're going to get banned. We're also going to be taking a look at the accounts that are inside of the queue. If you're clearly not a Trump supporter, if you're clearly under the age of 18, if you're clearly not in America, then we are just going to go on and take care of you and ban you before you even join. So, keep that in mind. Whoever I sent that invite to, just ignore it because I appreciate you for leaving the queue. I was just about to ban you, but then you left the queue. Hi, do you support Trump? All right, you are banned. Moving on to the next guest. We got Dylan loading up into the box right now. It is really hard to fight through the trolls, you guys, just because there's not too many Trump supporters left. So we're going to have much more trolls than Trump supporters because no one still supports that terrible tyrant because everybody understands just how bad of a president he is. We got the next guest loading up into the box right now. We're still looking for that first guest. We're trying our best, as I said. Next guest is loading in right now. Welcome in. We got May loading up into the box right now. Welcome in, May. Do you support Trump? May, you got 5 seconds. Oh, May, you left on your own, but unfortunately, here's the ban button, so I'm going to ban you just because you joined the stream and then left. I'm sorry, that's kind of like me going too far, but like we got to really hone in on banning everybody who's not here for a debate, just so we could keep the queue exclusive to Trump supporters. So we did go ahead and ban that last guest. Moving on to the next guest right now. We got Jody loading up. So if Jody doesn't load in, she's also going to get banned. We got Brandon loading up. If Brandon doesn't load in, he's also going to get banned. We got Brandon, welcome in. Do you support Trump? All right, Brandon's banned. No worries. Moving on to the next guest right now. Cricket, what's up? Do you support Trump?
No.
All right, you're a kid and you're from Britain, so I'm going to go and ban you for breaking for the first and the second rule, so you're banned as well. Jody just inevitably left, so I'm going to go and ban Jody as well. We're just banning everybody today, and that's fine. The only way that you're not going to get banned is if you follow the rules that are in the middle of your phone screen. Moving on to the next guest right now. Here we go, guys. Welcome into You Sport Trump.
Yeah.
How old are you?
I'm 18. I just turned 18.
What month and what year?
July 14, 2007.
And you just turned 18? You would have turned 18 close to a year ago, my man.
Well, yeah, well, you know what I meant. Like, I'm 18. I'm freshly 18.
I don't think that, I mean, no, that's not like nearly 18, but whatever. Let me thank two people here real quick. First and foremost, Miss Denise. Thank you so very, very much.
Thank you, Miss Denise, for the gifts.
For the $100 of Super Chat. Thank you so much for that love, Denise. Yeah, man, that's crazy. I want to see 1,000 Denise W's down below in that comment section. I appreciate you so much for that love, Denise. That is nuts. Thank you so much for the support. Denise with a hundo says, wow. Dean, you are so much more important than you know. Please know that you are appreciated. Denise, that is so fucking kind of you. For real. Thank you so much for your continued support.
Wow, that's
I
crazy.
want you all to show some love to Denise down below. That is seriously nuts. As well as over on the VENMO. Appreciate you so much, Ian, for the 50 as well. Thank you so much, Ian. That is EAN. Show some love to Ian down below in that comment section. Show some love to Denise and Ian. Ian says, hey, Dean, just popping in to say hello again. Jazz and I have been enjoying watching you while I'm still healing from my broken leg. Cook these MAGA fools. I will try my best, and I hope that the healing process is going all right, Ian. Shout out to you and Jazz as always. If you're watching the stream and you do want to support, you can find the Venmo and PayPal link in the bio, as well as you could find it in the pinned message on the other place. Thank you guys so much for all the love and support today. Go ahead and take it away, Sam. Tell us how the hell you still support the worst president of your life, Mr. Trump.
Okay, well, first, I'm here to more learn. Like, I think Trump's better than anybody else we've had. But, I really don't know a lot of politics, but, like, I just want to know what you think's bad about him. Like top three.
Okay. First things first, if you just want to learn reasons why he's bad, I'd recommend watching the stream, because that's kind of like what the takeaway is of being a viewer of the stream compared to being a debater on it.
This is my first time, I'm sorry.
No worries, man.
I just wanted to learn.
No worries, man. If I had to share the top three things that I really don't like about him, the first would be his character. He's an adjudicated rapist that is said it was really funny when he sexually exploited naked women and girls.
Were those charges like proven? Like they were proven charges, like that he actually did this.
Unanimous jury of 9 determined that he raped a woman.
Okay, then how is he still president? Like, because what is the rules that?
Because in order to be a president, you just need to be born in America, at least 35 years old, and not found criminally guilty of an insurrection in accordance with the 14th.
So he wasn't found criminally guilty. So it wasn't.
I said found criminally guilty of an insurrection in accordance with the definition of an insurrection per the 14th Amendment.
That's a little too much. You're going to have to dumb that down to about a 12th grade level for
me. Sure. I'll say it this way, but this way will get misinterpreted. But whatever. So you have to be at least 35. You have to be born on American soil. And you can't be guilty of an insurrection.
Insurrection meaning?
Trying to, like, overthrow the government.
So, but he can be convicted of any other crime, and he'll still be president?
Yeah.
Oh. Okay. All right, what else?
Well, I mean, that's, like, the character. There's a bunch of other things that are really gross about his character as well. You know, like he boasted about how quote-unquote funny he thought it was when he sexually exploited the women and girls that competed at his beauty pageant at the beauty pageants that he owned in the 90s. And then his policy sucks. I mean, he's sending us back into war in the Middle East. He's defunding essential social safety nets and programs like healthcare and food stamps. And he's taking purchasing power away from the average American just to give back to the top 1%. So, I mean, I think that there's a bunch of great reasons to not support Trump, but...
Okay, what do you think about what he's doing with the war right now? Because I've learned a little bit. I know that we're a war-based economy because, like, we need to stay in war for our economy to be doing good. So is he not doing that right now? Like, by supporting whatever's going on across the...
I don't think that we need to stay in war for our economy to be doing good. I disagree. But I think that war is bad because war kills people. War destabilizes regions. War leads to power.
Isn't that how the U.S. makes their money, though? By staying in war? And that's how we try to get ourselves out of debt?
Lots of rich people have made a lot of money through war. But that doesn't justify the war. That just justifies eating the rich.
Okay. Well... I thank you for having me on here and teaching me a little bit. You can get the next guest up in here.
Yeah, man, appreciate you for being open-minded, dude. Hope you tune into the live stream and learn something new. Because we talk about a lot of reasons why Trump sucks so much over the course of the 4-hour stream. Hi, do you support Trump?
Hello, yes.
How old are you?
19.
What time is it?
Huh?
What time is
Oh,
it?
no, I'll be honest. I'll be completely honest. I don't live in America, but...
All right, then I'm going to have to ban you. And with that, we're going to put the rules back up on screen, folks. Make sure that you're following them if you want to come up and debate. Very simple. So here we go. Let's go to get that next guest up in the box right now. Let's go to get that next guest up in the box right now. Perfect, folks. Perfect. Okay. You know what the rules to join are? They're on your screen. Sounds good. Sounds good. Sounds good. Everybody just do give us a moment to get that next guest loaded up in here. We got Damon loading up into the box right now. Oh, Damon left. Oh, no, he's in here. Hi, do you support Trump?
Love you, Dean.
All right, well, I love you too, but I got to ban you because you're breaking our third rule. You're clearly not MAGA. Do your best to follow those rules, guys. There's not too many Trump supporters left, so I understand that you maybe want to join in that queue just to say what's up or to, you know, do something like trolly or whatever. But just because, you know, a lot of people are feeling really disillusioned with their support for Trump, that means there's not too many actual Trump supporters left. And I don't want, like, the actual Trump supporters to only account for a minority of the people in the queue. I feel like that's very fair. Do you support Trump?
No.
All right, then of course I'm going to have to ban you for the same reason I banned the guest before you, the same reason I banned the guest before the last guest before you, the same reason I banned the guest before the last guest before the last guest before you, and the same reason I banned the last guest before the last guest before the last guest before the last guest before you.
All right,
Let's go to move on to the next guest. How do you support Trump, Nathan?
All right. Hey, sorry, give me 1 second, Dean. Yes, I do.
Okay. Can you disconnect me from any Bluetooth device that you have connected to your phone? Sounds like it might be your car. Oh man. Oh,
why are you
man.
giggling?
No, I'm just laughing at whatever. It doesn't matter. So, all right. Let me know when I'm off your Bluetooth. Also, make sure that you're not driving your car. All right. Are you parked?
Can you hear me?
Yeah. Are you parked?
I am parked. Yeah, I'm parked.
Yeah. It sounds like it. I believe you. How old are you?
I'm 24.
All right, man. Why do you happen to support the worst president of your 24 years of life, man? I truly do feel as if Trump is just completely indefensible, but maybe I'm wrong.
No, I honestly just hopped up here to call you a pussy, Dean.
Okay. Well, I understand, like, the desire in your heart to come up here and crash out on me because I'm better than you in every possible way. But that's not the way to go about disagreement. The way to go about disagreement would be for you to tell me why I'm wrong. But of course, because I'm better than you in every single possible way, you can't tell me why I'm wrong. So I understand the crash out. What is it like being a beta low life chud that lives in your mother's basement?
Hey, do you jerk off in the corner while guys crack your girl?
Why are you asking me about my masturbation? Are you on chapter 3 of the AO3 fanfic? There's always some, like, homoerotic tendencies in the people who come up here to hate on me. Like, what a weird comment to make. Like, the first thing that you did is you came up here and you know, called me a pussy and you wanted to, get real angry. Then I shot that down pretty quick. And then the next thing you asked me is about me masturbating. It's just, you guys are weird, man. Like, yeah, I'm sorry, too weird for me. Let's try to, I mean, I expect a bunch of Trump supporters to be really, really weird, but, you know, let's try to find a Trump supporter who doesn't ask me about when and where I masturbate, man. Way too weird for me, dude. Way too weird for me. Let's go ahead and move on to the next guest right now. All right. We got the next guest loading up into the box right now. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
You hear me, Dean?
Yep. Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
And how old are you?
18.
What year were you born in?
January 26, 2008.
Perfect. Real quick, let me thank a couple people. Madison, thank you so much for the 10 over on Vivo. Appreciate you so much for that love. Shout out to you, Madison. Shout out to you. And I won't be able to give that a shout out until I take a look into it, but appreciate you for the $10, Madison. Same thing to you, Maddie. Thank you so much for the, $5, Matty. You should hop in that queue and come up here and have a debate with me. As well as Jody. Thank you so much for the $25 over on Venmo. I really appreciate you so much for that love, Jody. That is JODY. Let's get 250 Jody W's down below, who says, Dean, you give me so much hope that we will survive Trump. You have so much patience with people. Way more than I would. It does help that you're smart as hell. I love listening to you educate people. You rock. Thank you so much, Jody. Some days I have more patience than others. Like if you happen to be watching my stream yesterday, honestly, towards the beginning of my stream, I had no patience at all. But I'm feeling a little bit more patient today. Over on PayPal, thank you so much, Libby, for the 12. Thank you so much for that love, Libby. Let's get 200 W's for Libby down below in the comment section. Who says, hey, Dean, watch you every day. Appreciate you so much, Libby. Alice, thank you so much for the $3.64. And then Isaiah, thank you so much for the $10 over on PayPal as well. Let's just move to Isaiah down below, who says, this guy parks his car just to say some bullshit. These guys got to get a life. For real, Isaiah. Could not have said it better myself. Take it away, Mr. M-Series BMW man. Tell us why the hell you support Trump.
Yeah, so I support Trump because I think he's the best candidate. I wanted to ask you why you support like Kamala or Joe Biden instead of Trump.
Okay.
You know, I don't think Trump's the best president we've had. But I truly believe he's the best candidate.
Okay, well, why do you believe that? Listen, man, we've been live for 30 minutes and we still haven't heard a reason, so.
Well, when he was in 2016, just the economic growth that he brought to the country and just like the growth throughout the world. And like, I don't support everything he does. Like, I don't support the Greenland and some of the new stuff he's doing, but I just think he's a better candidate than some of these other people that are, you know, like uninformed. Like, I want to say uninformed, but like, I really can't find the word for it. I just say like unqualified.
Well, I mean, I'd argue that the guy that thinks coal is clean and domestic terrorists are patriots is probably unqualified. Of course, that guy's Trump. Now, you said that you support him because of the economic boom in his first term. First and foremost, I don't really think that he contributed much to any economic boom in his first term. And then, obviously, the economy has been going to shit since his inauguration for his second term. Last year, we had the worst jobs report recorded since 2003. We ignore recessions, most manufacturing bankruptcies since 2008, declining GDP growth, declining growth rate of real median wages, declining investment. Not to mention, last month in February, we lost 92,000 jobs. One of the worst jobs report in modern American history as well.
Yeah, that is true. That is true. We have been down. I'm not saying he's a great president. I'm just saying he's better than the options that we've had, like Joe Biden.
So what's the argument that if Kamala Harris won the election, we would be worse off today?
Because she's a nigger. That's why. She's a black fucking monkey.
I mean, there you guys got it. We've talked to two Trump supporters so far today that have come up here and wanted to give arguments. And both of them have just come up here screaming the N-word, telling us how much they hate black people. If this doesn't radicalize you, I don't know what will. As well as for all the apolitical viewers, the people that kind of fall in the middle of the aisles, consider that, okay? You got a smart liberal over here who's just looking to have open discourse with Trump supporters who disagree with him, all right? With an audience of 13.5 thousand right now on TikTok, meaning that there's so many people that could be Trump supporters watching. Only like 2 so far have been willing to join the live. And then both of those 2 Trump supporters have inevitably lost it, took their mask off, and just screamed the N-word and told us how much they hate black people. There's MAGA for you. Okay? These are the people that are running our country. These are the people that are sending your kids to die for Israel and Iran. So seriously, let this be a massive push to the apolitical viewers or even the people that think they support Trump because their family told them to maybe reconsider your views, because this is where we are at as a country. Let's go and get the next guest Evan up in here. Let's see if we could find one Trump supporter who could give an argument. And quite frankly, they can't. They can't say Trump is good for the economy because the economy's in the shitter. They can't say that Donald Trump is good for foreign policy because now our kids are dying for Israel. Can't say that Donald Trump is good for immigration policy because now he's calling on more migrant workers to uphold the farming industries because they're failing because of his mass deportation. So it's like the only people that are left are these mask-off, pathetic racists who will just come up here and tell us that they hate black people. Therefore, they're going to support the racist white man. And that's about it. Welcome in, Jonathan. Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
All right. So are you going to scream the N-word like the other 2 Trump supporters that we've spoken with so far
Absolutely
today?
not. Absolutely
and how old are you?
not. I'm 21.
Okay. What year are you born in?
March 28th, 2004.
So why do you support Trump?
Here's the thing. I think his 2016 presidency was good, and that's what made me vote for him this time around. But I will say I can barely say I support him now. In another month of what's going on, I don't think I will.
So what are you still holding on to right now that leads you to say you're barely still supporting him?
That he's slightly better than the left candidate.
How? I mean, Kamala Harris didn't want to send people to die for Israel.
I think both of them would.
Kamala Harris. Actually, I don't think that's the case. Now, you'd be right in arguing that Kamala Harris and Joe Biden were pro-Israel. That's true. Okay, I disagree with that. But I mean, I think they demonstrated their ability to kind of go around, the false flags propagated by Israel with the false intel that they're given that they refuse to act on. As well as the fact that, we didn't see Israel dragging them into any involvements or wars in the Middle East.
Mm-hmm.
And Donald Trump's only been in office for a year and a half now, and they've already been able to convince him to bomb their enrichment facilities and now start a full-fledged war. So I don't think that's true.
I can see where you're coming from, honestly. I mean, it's really hard to pinpoint and guarantee either or wouldn't do what he's, but I really think Israel has a hand in every political party we have now.
No, you're right. I just think that they have a bigger hand in the GOP.
What makes you say that, if you don't mind?
Because they have a higher approval rating amongst the GOP. Plus, although we do hear like Democratic politicians kind of like avoiding questions about dropping the allyship with Israel by saying they have a right to defend themselves, but we also care about humanitarian causes in Gaza. Meanwhile, we hear people on the right, like Andy Fine or whatever the hell his name is, saying that we just need to nuke Gaza and that Muslims are terrible dogs that shouldn't be allowed in America. So
yeah, that is true. And the more I hear,
or
Trump
the war, by the
supporters-
way, the war is also they're more pro-Israel. Yeah. Because of what we just talked about, how the GOP is literally willing to go to war for Israel. And I don't think that we saw that same commitment by Biden and Harris.
Yeah, I think you might be right, honestly. And another thing is, the more I hear, especially just watching this live, right? These Trump supporters, especially my age, come in and
scream the N-word or talk about me, my girlfriend cucking me. That's where MAGA's at, dude. That's just where MAGA's at. There's no actual argument to be made. And I would love for you to prove me wrong. Feel free to give me the argument to describe how Trump is a good president. But I think that, and I know that, that's not something that can happen. And that's exactly why you should just stop supporting Trump right now.
Yeah, and another thing I was going to say is, the right is so war hungry, it seems like, especially supporter wise. And
because we all remember Bush's approval rating after 9/11. It's a way to try to distract the people with a unifying cause to bump the approval ratings and to get the people to kind of forget the downfalls. But if you want to try to give any type of argument insofar as why you're quote unquote barely still supporting Trump, feel free. But it kind of sounds like you're not really a Trump supporter.
I guess my argument would be, I do fear with someone like Kamala.
Kamala.
Did you say what?
Kamala.
Oh, Kamala? Is that what you said? Okay. With her, I fear that our Second Amendment rights would be infringed, which would be a problem for me personally.
I don't know how the propaganda convinced you of that. The largest threat to the Second Amendment in modern American history is Trump. SCOTUS ruled that some of his gun control policy that he passed in his first term was unconstitutional. And, even right now, he's directing his DOJ to try to find any way to ban any and all gun ownership for all law-abiding trans-American citizens.
Really?
Even the NRA spoke out as being vehemently anti-2A. And even if you're not trans, okay, well, one day, guess what? He's going to stop attacking trans people and go after another group. Then when all the other groups are gone, then you'll be the only, man left standing. And he's going to go after you. Not to mention that after Alex Preddy was executed by an ICE agent, the administration's defense for the execution was to argue that, well, he was carrying a gun. In the eyes of Trump and in the eyes of Trump and his administration, the Second Amendment matters so little that, guess what? LEOs could kill you if you're carrying a gun.
Yeah. It's scary, man. Like, it's just, it's hard to pick either side.
Well, listen, man, I'm not telling you to pick a side. I'm just telling you to not pick the right side. Like, that's all, dude. Like, I mean, there's still a lot of time in between now and midterms. I guess not really, so it kind of is important to start.
Do you think it would be a better decision to go neutral voting-wise than it would be to vote right?
Yeah, for sure. That's a step in the right direction. But you should look into more progressive candidates. More progressive candidates, even further left than the Democratic Party, I think, are probably the ones that are going to be the most populist. So, I mean, we see a lot of progressive candidates running common sense policy of, making life easier and better for the average American, reducing their taxes, reducing how much they pay for shit.
Yeah.
And I feel like that's what that's what Americans need in a politician right now. It's just somebody who understands their struggles, is going to save them more money, is going to make things more affordable, make life easier. That's what we need. That's what we want. And that's what more progressive candidates are running on. But I appreciate you for coming up, Jonathan.
Yeah, absolutely, man. One more thing. Oh God, what was I gonna say? Oh dang, I'm blanking. Oh God, it was a good question too. Dang, man, I guess I'm blanked out.
No worries.
Oh. What do you think the motive is behind? Because the war in Israel is obviously corrupt, right? I think it's a high up agenda of somebody.
Okay.
Why do you think it's happening?
Well, I mean, I think it's happening because Israel wants it to happen, and Donald Trump just went along with it because it's a good distraction away from the Epstein files.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's my take.
Yeah, I could agree with that, honestly.
Cool. All right. Well, you have a good rest of your day, Jonathan. I hope that you consider some of the things that I shared with you. Appreciate you for coming up here. It honestly doesn't even really sound like you're MAGA. Chad, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Of course I support Trump. Why don't you support Trump?
Well, there's a lot of reasons why I don't support Trump. Chad, how old are you?
I'm 18.
What year are you born in?
I was born in 2007.
Okay, and your profile picture says "Daddy's home" and referring to Trump, right?
Yeah, like
so is Trump daddy?
Yeah, he's daddy.
Okay, can you call Trump your daddy?
Daddy Trump?
You're very clearly a troll. Moving on to the next guest, guys. Make sure that you're following the rules if you happen to be inside of that queue. Make sure that you're following the rules if you happen to be inside of that queue. We're looking for MAGA to talk with. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
I only wanted to say that you're genuinely...
Unfortunately, I'm going to have to move on just because we're looking for Trump supporters. Only up inside of that queue if you're MAGA, please, and thank you. By the way, if you want to support me or the stream, you can find my Venmo and my PayPal in the link tree in the bio. I appreciate you guys so much for all the love and support. You guys have been incredibly kind. That's a good way to get a message across as well. So, awesome. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do live in America. I'm sorry, but like my accent is like British. But I do live in America and I am 18.
What year are you born in?
I was born 4th of March 2008.
Okay, then you actually want to be 8. Oh wait, I guess that is March. Never mind. You just turned 18. All right. And what time is it?
It is just turned 10 o'clock where I am. I'm in Alaska.
Really?
Yeah.
What's the capital of Alaska?
I have no clue. I just moved, genuinely.
What's the weather like?
It's cold.
I don't know if I believe
Dean, I don't know what you want me to say. It's cold.
How? I don't know. Okay. Name a city in Alaska. There you go. You're cooked. Move on. Let's move it on to the next guest. Only up inside of the queue if you happen to be MAGA. Only up inside of the queue if you happen to be MAGA. We got the next guest even loading up into the box. Can y'all like stop trying to get up here unless you're actually an American adult that supports Trump? Please and thank you. My God. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yeah, I do.
How old are you?
I'm 21.
What year were you born in?
October 22nd, 2004.
Okay. All right. Well, you're 21 and you're in high school still?
No.
Why does your bio say CHS?
I don't know.
You don't know why your bio says CHS?
I don't have that in my bio.
Yes, you do. Get out of here. As a fetus. Follow our rules for the love of God. For the love of God, bro. Follow our rules. Hi, do you support Trump?
Yeah.
How old are you?
18.
Don't believe you. Moving on to the next guest. Their whole account just looked like a troll, so I'm going to kick them. We got Trent loading up into the box. Follow the rules. Follow the rules. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yes, sir.
What's that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, another 14-year-old. Maybe the only Trump supporters that are left are the kids, and that's why we have so many fetuses loading up into the live. Because like people with like fully developed brains understand that he sucks. Is that like a decent hypothesis? Is that like a workable theory, folks? Hey, do you support Trump?
Oh, I'm so sorry. Someone tried to call me. I'm so sorry.
I don't really know what you mean by that. I guess I'm gonna take that as a signal to kick you. Okay, whatever. Moving on to the next guest goal. Oh my god. Oh my god. Welcome in. Do you support Trump? You got 5 seconds. One. Yeah. Oh, hi. Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
How old are you?
Well, I used to at least.
Okay, you don't anymore banned. Moving on to the next guest. All right, guys, we're going to go ahead and do a cleansing of the queue. So me and my moderation team are going to be looking at the queue and identifying people that are clearly trolls, and then we're going to be banning them. Look at this. I'll actually just show you an example of me doing that right now. This person will be blocked. Will no longer be able to see your account or the live. Confirm. Because I know that they're clearly a troll. We're going to be doing the same thing for people that are clearly underage or clearly not Trump supporters. So just keep that in mind. By joining the queue at all in violation of our rules, you are risking your account. Okay? You are risking your account. So I would highly recommend against that. Let's go ahead and try to get that next guest loaded up into the box right now, guys. We got them loading in as we speak. Hi, do you support Trump?
I love you, Dean.
Okay, unfortunately, I'm going to ban your account. You know, sucks because you're like clearly a kid, but I got to do what I got to do, man. Because we got to keep the queue to Trump supporters. You know this, though. You know this, though. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
How old are you?
24.
Okay, what year were you born in?
2002.
And why do you support Trump?
Sorry. Just kind of nervous. Alright, see you, Dean.
What's that?
Sorry, I'm just kind of nervous. My bad.
Oh, no worries, CJ. We've talked before, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Hope you're doing well, CJ. I hope that the streams have been able to change your mind or will be able to change your mind. Let's go to move on to the next guest, guys. Only up inside of that queue of your MAGA. Only up inside of that queue of your MAGA. Let's go to get that next guest up. Welcome. And do you support Trump?
Yeah.
How old are you?
I'm 18.
What year are you born in?
2007.
Okay. And why do you support the worst president of your life? And by the way, let's see if you're the first Trump supporter in 50 minutes to actually give us an argument.
All right. Oh, I don't got the best argument, but why I support Trump is because his plan, quote unquote, I was just talking to this today with my buddy.
Wait, what's your birthday?
July 25th, 2007.
Yeah, you'd still be 18. God.
Yeah. So I was talking about this with my buddy today. He's actually stuck in Florida, and he was like, "F Trump, F this," and I was like, "Well, from what I've seen and what I've heard about Donald Trump, back in his first president electancy in 2016, I was a kid. You know, I wasn't into politics back then, but from then to now, I see a big change in Donald Trump. I support Trump and what I think he's doing over there in Iran. I think it could be a good thing for us. I really do, but I also think it could be a bad thing.
I mean, has it ever been a good thing to invade other countries in the Middle East for America? Has it ever helped us? Has it ever helped them?
No, I'll agree with you on that, but it could help us. I'm not saying it's going to help them. I mean, how I look at things is... Go ahead.
In the history of humanity, there has been 2 countries that have been bombed into total submission.
Yep, Japan.
Japan, and Germany.
Yep.
So do you think that Iran's going to be the third?
America always talks how we have this huge military, but I'm kind of scared right now because it ain't seeming like that. But maybe only time will tell.
We're asking other countries to step in and send their warships and their military to help us.
Exactly.
Because we can't do it ourselves, and they're all saying no.
Yeah, it makes us kind of look like a clown. I ain't even gonna lie.
Right.
It
absolutely.
See, I see both sides of it. You know, I support Trump just because of he's my president. I'm not gonna not support him. Even it's kind of like supporting someone.
Did you support Biden?
Absolutely, I did. It's like 50.
You shouldn't listen. I don't care if you want to like support the office of the presidency.
Yeah,
but I do care if you want to always support the current president, because I would argue here that that's anti-American to the core, and it is tantamount to like supporting a dictatorial rule of a tyrant, because you're basically saying that you're willing to support the president regardless of who they are or what they do. We should only support the president if they're doing good by the country and good for the world, not if they're destroying the country and destroying the world. Those are the types of people that we don't want in government. Those are the types of people that we shouldn't support, because that puts more pressure on the admin to do good things to keep their approval rating high, puts more pressure on Congress to check the bad things that the administration does, as well as it ensures that we have better picks come midterms that will either push for the agenda of the presidency given that it's helpful, or fight against the agenda of the presidency given that it's hurtful.
But if we don't support our presidency, and how does it make us look as Americans to another country? It makes us look weak, does it not?
No, it makes us look weak to bow the knee to whoever's in power, even if they want to hurt you. It makes us look strong to be willing to stand up and fight against the tyrannical influence of the president as individual citizens.
So how do you think that what Trump is doing overseas right now is hurting us?
Can you acknowledge that?
Yes.
Okay, so you acknowledge that we shouldn't just support the president regardless of who they are or what they do.
Yeah,
so you acknowledge that if Donald Trump was a net negative, that you'd stop supporting them as president?
No, the way you said that and the way I said it, what I meant to say is more of like, I'm gonna stand behind whoever is in charge, not because of what they do and how they do it, just because I'm an American and I'm not gonna.
That's not what Americans do, though. It's not what Americans have ever done. America was created as a country because we refuse to stand behind who was in charge. That's not That's like anti-American to its core.
I'm not anti-American. I support. Okay.
It is undeniably anti-American to stand behind whoever's in power, because the creation of America, is based off of fighting those who were in power because they served to the greater detriment of the people.
Yep, in Britain. Yep. Yeah, I support the United States. I also I want to say I support Donald Trump just because of like I've seen the good
so
he has done.
So can you concede that it's not a good thing to just support whoever's in the Oval?
Yeah, I agree.
Okay.
But I've seen what Trump has done and the good that he's done, and he's also done bad. But what isn't that every single person in the human creation? They've done good and done good bad. You can't just look at.
I don't think that you could just reduce it down to such a simplistic takeaway that he's done some good, he's done some bad, but everyone's done some good, so everyone's done some bad, so we don't really care, because it's not that simple. I don't think that every other president has threatened to eradicate the Constitution, infringed on 8 amendments, 2 articles, and threatened just to throw it out the window on top of illegally refusing to fund food stamp benefits for 16 million American children, on top of passing some of the worst and most regressive economic policy, then months after starting a war on Iran to detract away from the Epstein files and the fact that the Trump administration is complicit in defying Congress and breaking federal law to protect rapists and predators, knowing damn well that Donald Trump is a rapist predator due to the fact that that's what a court determined, and that's what he did, and that's something that he's also admitted to. I don't think that's every president.
With the SNAP benefits and with the Social Security, what about the over 1 million people on Social Security that weren't even alive or had no reason to be getting Social Security benefits?
I don't think that you'd be able to prove that. So
it literally
said,
wrong.
What's your source?
I don't have a source. I've seen it.
Okay.
I've seen it. Okay, I know
You
this
should only
sounds
believe
bad.
things that you have evidence for. Just saying.
Yep, sounds
like
bad.
that's like a very like fair argument to make. You should only believe things that you have evidence for.
Yep, sounds bad, but I read this thing. I don't know what it was, some news agency, all right, and it said
you know something that I read yesterday.
Go ahead.
That Bibi Netanyahu's dead. Videos of him are AI, and Jeffrey Epstein was spotted in Florida. Doesn't make either of those two things true.
Yeah, I seen that. But I read this article, and it said something about 300 Americans over 100 years old, 120 years old, getting Social Security benefits.
Wait. The claim 300 is very different than the claim 1 million.
I was talking about Social Security. The SNAP benefits is a different thing.
Where did the 1 million number come from?
The SNAP benefits. I'm talking about Social Security.
Okay, so I wouldn't doubt it that there's actually 300 people in America that are over the age of 100 receiving Social Security. Like, okay?
Yeah.
What, like, that claim isn't unrealistic?
Yeah, and with the SNAP benefits,
I would actually expect it to be more. Like, I understand it's pretty rare to live to be over 100, but you know, we have a country of 340 million people. Damn, I'm very surprised that there's only 100 people. Sorry, 300 people over the age of 100 on like
120.
Why is that an issue? Like, I mean, okay.
There's no person in human history that's lived that old. But
I
anyway,
think the oldest person that's ever lived is like 127, actually.
Yeah, but how do we have 300 people getting Social Security benefits that are
also 300 people? Why the fuck should I care? It's not that much, okay? Like, you just pass that off to some back burner agency that we don't really see, that we don't really talk to. Investigate it, take care of it. If they're dead, they're dead. Like, okay, whatever. I mean, like, no system created by humans are perfect. I would expect there to be some instances of people dying, then having their Social Security continue, slipping through the cracks when we have so many people on Social Security. All right, that's a very low, slip through rate. Okay, who cares? Pass it off to some back office at the Social Security Administration. Have them take care of it. Who cares? Why? Why are we talking about this as if it is relevant to you supporting Trump as president? Because it's not.
And with the SNAP benefits, I can go firsthand with that. My uncle.
Wait. Can you please acknowledge that?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm a very understanding person, and I like seeing both sides of everything. I wish I could talk like you. You're an inspirational speaker right here. You know.
Oh, that's very kind of you.
Yes, absolutely. But with the SNAP benefits, my uncle, he's actually on. He gets food stamps, and he has 2 kids, and I honestly think he gets. I'm
sorry.
Much.
I just got to interrupt you real quick. So you're arguing that because the fraud, you're arguing that you think that the fraud rate of Social Security is 0.0004%, and this is why we need to support Trump.
No, I don't think that's not. That's a reason. Yes, it's a reason.
I don't think it is.
All right.
I mean that has to be one of like the most effective systems ever. Okay, if it only has a failure rate of 0.0004%.
Okay, with the SNAP benefits, the food stamps. My uncle's on food stamps. He gets like over $1,000 a month, and he has 2 kids.
Okay, I'd assume that your uncle lives in a area with high prices.
No, we live in Indiana.
Okay, and he gets. Well, I mean, it's probably unlikely that he gets $1,000 a month just from food stamps. That's probably the total of all of his benefits.
No, he has a job. And he makes $34 an hour. And he's divorced. He has 2 kids. He's single father. It doesn't get quite $1,000. It's like $870 he gets a month, and because he's always asking me to buy food for him and shit.
If he's always asking you to buy food for him and he doesn't have enough, then he definitely doesn't get $870 through SNAP a month.
No, he's not good with money and with what he buys. But you
could only spend food stamps on food.
Yeah, absolutely. And now
so he's asking you to basically buy him food when he already has a lot of food.
Junk food.
I'm so sorry. It's like fucking impossible to spend $870 a month on junk food and not have that be known. Like whenever you go to his house, are the Twinkies just popping out the cabinets?
No. You cannot buy junk food with SNAP benefits anymore. You can't buy pop
So then what is he spending his SNAP benefits on?
on whatever good food that needs to be
And then he still
provided
needs more
to-
money from you to buy him other food?
He has kids and they want junk food, and he can only buy regular food, good food, healthy food with the SNAP benefits. Which are you arguing?
I'm sorry.
This is my argument here.
I'm sorry. I don't believe you. If you want to try to give an argument that's not such a crazed anecdotal experience that you can't prove to be the case, feel free. But when people like try to argue with the use of non-falsifiable hypotheses, and then the non-falsifiable hypothesis is like some like crazy personal experience or anecdote, and which is like seemingly unsensical, like somebody getting $870 a month from SNAP benefits, spending it all somehow, then asking their nephew for money to buy other food. I'm just not willing to believe it. Like feel free to like create an argument with something else, but I mean. Like, that's just a crazy position.
Yeah, well, are you saying... Okay, here's my argument, is what I'm trying to say. Do you think what the Trump administration did with the SNAP benefits, only letting you not buy junk food and only buy good, healthy food with your SNAP benefits, do you think that's understandable?
Is that something that they did?
Yes.
Wait. I'm sorry. Go back to your uncle. Does your uncle work full time?
No, he's laid off right now.
So I thought you just said that he worked a job for $34 an hour. When he was working a job for $34 an hour, and receiving food stamp benefits, was he working full time?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Why are you lying?
I'm not lying.
Yeah, the income limits for Indiana SNAP programs are generally $1,700 gross for one person, and then $3,400 gross for a family of four.
Yeah, so he grossed under $1,700.
No, that's not true, because working for $34 an hour.
It might have been 32 or 30.
40 hours a week would be getting paid $1,300 a week.
Yeah, that's $1,700 is more than $1,300.
Okay. Yeah, that's 1 week compared to 1 month. So then we multiply 1,300 times 4 to his monthly gross income.
My bad. I get what you're saying, but no,
$5,200.
He
So
wasn't.
Your uncle gross is $5,200. Your uncle is not eligible for SNAP benefits in Indiana.
He gets them. I promise you. I can't make you believe it, but
yeah, I'm just gonna move on to the next guest. I think that you're lying because using the information that you gave me, your uncle doesn't qualify. So we're not going to spend our time talking to somebody that I think is lying. Let's go to move on to the next guest at this point in time. Only up inside of the queue if you happen to be MAGA, please and thank you. I'd really appreciate it. Let's go and get that next guest loaded up into the box right now. Over on Super Chat, thank you so much, Lord T, for the $10, who says this caller is more worried about the 300 people on Social Security and not the top 1% taking money from the bottom 99. Make it make sense. Yeah, they're always just so focused on, like, hating the poor. But, like, goddamn, his uncle's not even poor. $5,200 a month? Are you joking? Come on. What are we doing? As well as Kitty. Thank you so much for the $10 over at Venmo. I really appreciate you for that love. That is KITTI. Show some love to Kitty down below in that comment section. Kitty with the 10 says, that guest doesn't know what he's talking about. I get 400 something on food stamps for one kid, so 800 something for two kids. Makes perfect sense. Love you, Dean. Keep kicking MAGA's ass. Thank you so much for the support, Kitty. Show some love to Kitty down below in that comment section. I appreciate you. Huge shout out to you. As well as Miss Carrie. Thank you so much for the $50 over on Venmo. Thank you so much for the love once again, Carrie. You are amazing. I really appreciate you so much for all the love and support that you've shown me. I want to see a 500. Carrie W down below in that comment section who says just to support today. Thank you so much for the love, Carrie. You are awesome, awesome, awesome. As well as Tyler, thank you so much for the 5. And then Jay, thank you so much for the 5. Show some love to Tyler, Jay, Carrie, all the donors. Let's see if we have anybody to quickly catch up on over on PayPal. Just give me one moment here, folks. Just give me one moment. Thank you so much. Oh, let's see here. Eli, thank you so much, Eli, for the $50 donation. And Darius, thank you so much for the $50 donation. That is Darius, spelled DARIUSZ. First and foremost, Eli with a 50. Let's get 500 Eli W's down below in the comment section. Oh, the message just went away. I could quickly pull it up on my phone here. Eli with a 50 says, and I quote, I'm watching. I'm dying. Thank you for all the work that you are doing. They troll you because they know that you'll be able to effectively dispute and prove their argument wrong, given that they were to give you a legitimate position. No, that's actually what it is. That's actually what it is. They're too scared to debate, so they troll instead. Thank you for the 50. Then Darius with the 50 says, hey, Dean, can you shout out Kat A? Her primaries this week. She'll need all the help that she can get. Compliments to the Chef Dean Scratch for Momo. Thank you for the 50, Darius. Yeah, guys, you guys should go vote for Kat if you happen to be living in her district. I've seen a lot from her. I think that she's pretty fucking cool. And then Rachel, thank you for the $10 as well. He says, I'm a disabled U.S. Navy vet, and I just found out I'm 2 years older than JD Vance this morning. I was just dumbfounded. Oh, Jesus. Well, thank you so much for the $10, Rachel, and I appreciate you for your service. Show some love to all the donors down below. If you want to support me, you can find my Venmo, my PayPal, and the link tree in the bio. Appreciate you guys so much for all the love and support. Let's get that next guest loaded up in here right now. Welcome in, Liam. Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do. Absolutely.
How old are you?
45.
What year were you born in?
I was born in 1980.
What month?
Why do you want all these details, bro?
I'm sorry,
Yes.
I just don't know if I believe that you're over the age of 18. What month?
You're a funny guy, Dean. You're a
Dude,
funny
he's lying.
guy,
Guys,
for
this
sure.
random guest is lying about his age. He can't tell us what month he was born in.
April.
Okay, April. Okay, yeah, okay. So your age checks out. I don't know if he made that up, though. Okay, and what time is it?
I'm in California, so it's 22 minutes after 11. It's almost lunchtime.
22 minutes after 11. That's kind of how they say it in the UK. Typically here we say 11:22.
Yeah, but I'm a very educated.
So I don't know if you actually live in America. Can you name 3 cities in California?
Yeah, I mean.
Wait, why do you say Why can't you just like I don't know? I don't know if this guy's an American.
LA County, Orange County, San Diego County.
Wait, I asked you to name cities, not counties. Oh my God, you're not from California. You're lying about your age. You're lying about the time. You live in the fucking UK. Drop the fake fucking American accent. It makes no goddamn sense. You're confusing counties for cities. It's just like, oh my God.
Oh my gosh, dude. City of Huntington Beach, City of Irvine, City of Riverside.
Why is the first one that you named Huntington Beach?
Because that's where all the conservatives are at.
That is where all the conservatives
against the
are
snow.
at.
But dude, we're crazy. Huntington Beach is crazy, bro. Seriously,
It kind of is crazy.
liberals are not allowed in HB. You would get dog walked in HB. Don't ever show up in HB, dude.
I actually already have shown up to Huntington Beach, and I've already dog walked conservatives in Huntington Beach.
Dude, you what for 2 minutes and then you
No,
ran?
we spent a whole
There's
afternoon
no
there.
way.
We spent a whole afternoon there. Do you want to see me
Did you go
absolutely
down?
clear conservative at Huntington Beach?
Dude, you would get clocked.
No,
in
this
HB,
is it's not
okay?
even like a question. I've already gone to Huntington Beach and fucking cleared conservatives. It's like not even like a question. It's something that's already happened.
Dude,
Like,
can
I'm
you
not
tell?
even joking.
Dude, you also, one thing, I don't want to detour from this wonderful conversation, but why are your friends sending me messages about you giving Ozempic to like people on the streets? What is this all about? Seriously, bro.
I have no fucking clue. Listen, here's
You
me
know
clear-
exactly what I'm talking about.
No,
What
I
is
have no clue.
this?
Listen, here's me clearing a Trump supporter at Huntington Beach. Or say anything demeaning towards women. Here's Trump saying that he would date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years.
Oh my God.
You're going up the escalator? I'm going to be dating her in 10 years.
That is not Donald Trump.
That is Donald Trump.
That is not Donald Trump.
Okay, I'm gonna play it again. This is
That is not Donald Trump.
I'm gonna play it again. Yeah, are these the awesome Huntington Beach conservatives that you said would
Dean,
dog walk
can you-
me? They're really
can you
smart.
prove-
They're
yeah,
really
yeah.
smart.
Yeah, he was right
Okay.
and you were wrong. Can you prove that that's Donald Trump?
Can I prove that that's Donald Trump in the
Yeah,
clip?
can you
Sure.
prove that? Can you go ahead?
Sure, yeah, it's from 1992 before AI existed, and it's Donald Trump's voice
No,
as he was
no,
doing
no,
a
it's
sit-down
not.
interview with ABC.
I know that it's not. I say it's not. You say it is. Prove me wrong. How do you prove that that's him?
Yeah, sure, because it was
Because-
from an ABC interview with Donald Trump in 1992.
Okay, can you do a pretty decent Trump impersonation?
No, I can't. But even
Yes,
like
you-
now,
yes, you
now,
can.
now you want
That's
to
a
posit
lie.
that it could possibly be somebody who is sounds like Donald Trump but is not Donald Trump. Well, then what you have to deal with here is the fact that it was like a sit-down interview with ABC, so it'd actually be illegal for them to like misrepresent.
You know,
somebody
even
who's
though
Donald Trump
listen,
or
no,
not.
even though that
It's also a video, by
that
the way.
even though that person that he was talking to, we don't even know who that is. That was what a 9-year-old, a 10-year-old.
Wait. I also just want to clarify. I think that it's actually like a video. Trump Hits on 10.
Not a video. It's a
I think it
voice
is.
recording. No, it's not.
No, it actually is a video.
Going up the escalator? I'm going to be dating her in 10 years. Can you believe it?
And it,
Show me the
and
video.
it wasn't. And then it wasn't ABC. It was CBSN.
Where is his face? Where's his face? Where do I see him?
Where do you see him? He's
Thursday
likely
night.
going up the escalator. Right there. Oh, right there. You see that guy? That's Trump.
No, it's not.
Yes, that's
No,
Trump,
it's
buddy.
not.
That's Trump, buddy.
No, it's not.
Oh my God, that's the same pose that he hit when he was doing the whole golf thing. Where, you know, that
No,
the
wait a
one that was
second,
like,
wait a second,
wait,
wait a
one
second.
second, one second, Liam. The one that was like edited, so like and made of like Trump having a fat ass when he's like turn around and she's got the fucking bazookas on the back. You know, like it's a meme. He was hitting the same pose right there. I know that's Donald Trump. I'll bet my fucking life on the fact
Okay,
that's
cool.
Donald
So
Trump.
you're wrong. Let me show you how you're wrong. Okay, they didn't.
Are you seriously
they didn't-
denying that that's Trump?
Yes. Listen, I'll tell you
Oh,
why.
God, you're so
they
confused.
didn't edit. They didn't edit that video back then. Okay, so he would have had to been right up next to the microphone. They could, and how would you have heard his voice if he was that far away?
Because he had a
Prove
mic
that to
on
me.
him, you fucking idiot. A
No,
lapel
your
mic.
son. No. Sorry, not true. Show me the evidence.
That's the same way he got caught on the Access Hollywood
Show me
tapes.
the evidence. You're
Wait.
making
I
this
just want to
up.
clarify. Wait a second. This is actually really relevant. Do you accept the Access Hollywood tapes?
I accept the tapes if it shows him as a person speaking. Yes. Does it show the Access Hollywood
These guys are
tapes?
crazy. These
Does
guys
it
are
show?
crazy. Wait, why would they fake Donald Trump saying something crazy in 1992, years before he ever got into politics?
Why would they? Because I don't know. They clip a lot of people. He was a rich guy. There's people that hated him through business, all kinds of stuff. They wanted to make him look bad.
Mm-hmm. And so this was also publicized by CBS.
Wait a minute. You asked a good question. You asked a very intelligent
CBS
question.
just like lied.
So did what was it? The BBC? Did the BBC not clip him when he for J6?
Wait, here's
saying.
I want to listen to this. I haven't listened to
Answer
this.
my question, bro.
I'm ready.
In the wake of questions and allegations about Donald Trump's behavior towards women, ET discovered this footage in our archive, which we provided to CBS News.
Soon. Thursday night. You're going up the escalator? I'm going to be dating her in 10 years. Can you believe it? Okay.
Yeah, he wasn't even in that video right there.
This is from Entertainment Tonight's archive when they were doing a piece on Donald Trump in 1992, and it actually shows the piece that they were doing right here.
You start and I'm ready.
In the wake of
It says, "You start and I'm ready."
And I'm ready. In 10 years. Can you believe it?
Same person, same voice.
Not
you could
even
see
the
in
same
beginning.
part of that clip. It's not even the same part of that clip, dude. That's
Wait,
ridiculous.
I'm so sorry. This is like the same building. You could tell by looking at the background. Look at the background, like these like shimmery, like dark copper-esque
Sure,
walls.
and then listen.
Wait.
and
Is
I
that the
get
same
it.
wall as this? Is that the same wall?
My only point
One
is you
second.
cannot.
Let me throw this up over on YouTube. Is this the same wall as that?
Let's say that it is. That's
Okay.
not my argument.
Okay. Wait. So then
But
you
wait
accept
a
that it's Donald
minute,
Trump?
wait a
this
minute.
footage in our archive, which we provided to CBS News.
Soon. Thursday night. You're going up the escalator? I'm going to be dating her in 10 years. Can you believe
All right, there you go. There's a proof that it's Trump.
So wait, so stop for a second. How old is Trump right there, roughly, would you say?
1992. When was Trump born? 1946. 19. He would have been. Let's see here. 46 years old.
Okay, what's if that little girl was 19 that he's talking to, because I'm going to be dating you, and what's he say there, 9 or 10 years, she would have been adult. She would have been not a child. She would have been an adult. How many years difference is that? 19 to 40. Would you say 46? How many years is that?
Yeah, that's a 27-year age gap.
27 years. So Kamala Harris went out, 31-year-old man, Willie Brown. 31-year-old man, Willie Brown. And you're talking about him saying
By the
that
way,
I'm going to be going out with an adult. Wait.
would
I'm
have
going to be
been-
going out with an adult when
so
she's
first-
19?
So first and foremost, given that he was 10 years
Oh,
older,
gosh.
he would have been 56, so it would have been a 37-year-old age gap. So that actually would have still been kind of weird. okay, if she was
Stop
19.
muting me because
But the issue, insofar as the argument that you're making, is that wasn't a 19-year-old girl. That was very clearly a prepubescent child. You could tell by the tone of the voice.
Thursday night. You're going up the escalator? I'm going to be...
Dude, that's a child.
So wait a second. Is
Wait,
he
do you accept
talking
that that's
about
clearly
her?
the voice of a child?
Hang on, I get it. Yes, that's not my point. Is my point that saying when he?
Yeah, wait. You want to? Whoa.
No.
Hey.
Don't
what?
Don't misconstrue his words.
We don't need just to go over that point because you just accepted that was a prepubescent child, and you're telling us that you just don't care. No way.
That's not what I said.
Elevator
Don't put words in my
Associates. Appreciate you
mouth.
for that signature jet. Elevator's back. Appreciate you so much for that love. God.
So that's not what I said. Don't put words in my mouth. Okay? That's a minor for sure. In that video, that's what it sounds like. I don't see the picture of the minor. I don't see him talking to the minor. We just hear a video clip. And obviously that at this day and age, they could have taken that and edited it because when it starts out saying, I don't remember the first words he says, then it jumps to the escalator. You can tell that they had clipped that. There's a clip right there in that video. So who knows what the previous part of that conversation is? It's all a bunch of bullshit.
I don't think that there's anything,
and I agree. But
I don't think that there's anything a 46-year-old man could ever say or ever do to justify sexualizing a prepubescent girl.
He was not sexualizing a minor right there. He was not at all. No, he was not. And let me prove it.
1 second. Elevate. Thank you so much for the TikTok universe on TikTok, of course. Thank you so much for the love, Elevate. That is crazy. I really appreciate you so much for that love. It's really good to see you again today. Show some love to Elevate down below in that comment section, everyone. Show some love to Elevate down below in that comment section. W fucking gift. I really appreciate you. Huge shout out to Elevate down below. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Now, to quickly grill this full, so you're saying that he wasn't sexualizing the minor. I could not disagree more. Because what was the relevant determinant factor that was true of this prepubescent girl in which led him to saying that he would be dating her in 10 years? Was it her fucking personality?
No, it would have been an inappropriate little jab.
What was the relevant fact that was true of this prepubescent girl that led him to saying he was going to be dating her? And by the way, when he means dating, he means fucking, okay? That's what he means.
No. So let's say this actually... I got a business partner calling me. He'll probably try to call again. But anyway,
yeah, probably calling you to get your ass off live because you're getting like you look so terrible right now.
Okay, sorry about that. This kind of disproves your whole entire claim about Donald Trump has been, inappropriate with minors, because him saying, "Hey, I'm going to be dating you when you're an adult." He's not saying, "Hey, you're so
Oh my
cute."
God, Elevate, thank you so much for another fucking universe. Thank you. Thank you so much, Elevate. Show some more love to Elevate down below in the comment section. Let's get W's running for Elevate for at least the next 10 minutes. For the 2 unis, my God. Show some love to Elevate down below. Thank you so much for that support, Elevate. On a very real and very serious note, thank you a billion times over. In fact, Liam, could you quickly thank Elevate?
Yeah, I would say send your money to his link in his bio because he gets everything there, and TikTok is taking a huge percentage of the gifts that you're sending, even though they're super cool. Love TikTok Shop, love all that stuff, but yeah, send it directly to his bio.
You always find a way to drag the donors. Okay, you always find a way to drag it. Be quiet, Liam.
Well, was that correct? Was I
just
correct?
Continue on the argument.
Was I correct in what I just said?
It is descriptively true, okay? Right? That,
okay.
One moment. It is descriptively true in a factual sense that TikTok takes 30, Apple takes 30. But in the same breath, right, I feel like that's pretty demeaning, right? You know, like, I'm very grateful for Elevate, for all the donors.
Can you
so I
say thank
appreciate
you,
it.
Liam, for educating my audience? Can you say that real quick?
What did you educate them on?
On, where their money is going?
Oh, like on educating the audience of where it goes? Well, I would only say thank you, Liam, if you weren't actively defending a 46-year-old man sexualizing a 10-year-old girl.
Two things don't have to be right at the same time. You can show kindness, when someone is correct, right?
Yeah, we should go thank Hitler for being so good at painting, right?
Here you go. That's the weakest debater ever. He goes right to Schmittler, and then you're going to go
right to Hitler. Right to Hitler.
Yep, and then you're going to go straight to racism. Watch him. It's so dude. You are
well,
like.
Well, I mean, if you say something racist,
you're like a
I'll call it
Dr.
out.
Seuss book. You know that.
Wait, I'm like a doctor. Wait, you
coming.
just compared me to a doctor. Doctors are really educated.
No,
and
yeah,
smart.
you're like a Dr.
Wait.
Seuss book.
I just want to clarify. You're comparing me to somebody who's really educated and really smart, right?
Yes, Dr. Seuss.
Yes. Thank you so much for comparing me to somebody really educated and really smart, like a medical doctor. So, Liam, I appreciate the glaze, but you can lay off, bro.
Can you say redfish, blue?
We're good. But now, anyways, would you like to refute the argument that I gave you that this is an example of Donald Trump sexualizing a 10-year-old girl because he said he'd be dating a 10-year-old girl in 10 years? And by the way, I also want to point out here that the only relevant factor in which he could have used to make that to form that conclusion that he would like to date her in 10 years would be the way that she looks. Not to mention that when Donald Trump says date, all that he means is have sex with. Okay, we all know this about Donald Trump. This is why there's so many examples of him like boasting about sexual exploitation, raping Eugene Carroll, saying he could just grab women by the quote unquote pussies without asking first. It's because he was a sexual pervert. Okay, he would host parties with just him, Jeffrey Epstein, and a bunch of women and girls. That's something that we know happened. He admitted to liking young girls just like Jeffrey Epstein. He has credible accusations in the E-files, right? So like clearly when you have Donald Trump in the 90s saying that he was going to be dating someone, that's just Donald Trump saying that he's going to be having sex with that person, right? But now when we kind of like compartmentalize that and then take that and put it into this clip, he's basically telling this prepubescent girl that he's going to be fucking her when she's of age. That is so wrong. That is so weird. That is 110% the sexualization of a child. It is just very creepy and lewd.
Okay, so please give me a second.
If someone said that to your daughter, would you punch him in the face or vote for them to be president?
Why would Donald Trump, with his wife right now, Melania, why would he have spent all this time investing in her as an adult? Okay, he didn't meet her when she was a minor or anything. He saw her. He actively went after her. He was an absolute gentleman with her. You hear their love story.
Yo, Elevate, thank you so much for the premium shuttle. I really appreciate you, Elevate. Show some love to Elevate down below in that chat. Thank you so much for the love. W Elevate's down below. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Go ahead.
Yeah, arguably one of the most beautiful immigrants, in this country, since you guys love platforming, immigrants. Yeah, Melania is an immigrant in this country. She was not born here. And she has a love story with the president of the United States that's amazing, okay? He didn't hook up with her or meet her when she was a minor.
If you ignore the fact that he
Can I
cheated on her with
finish?
a porn
I'm
star and
literally
gave the
like
porn
in the
star
middle
money
of
to
a
not tell
sentence.
anyone else, super beautiful.
Holy
bro. Go ahead.
crap, dude. Frontal lobe.
Barbara,
Seriously,
thank
bro.
you for the Fox legend. I appreciate you, Barbara. And then SJ, thank you so much for the 20 over on PayPal. Thank you so much for that love, SJ. Let's get 1,000 SJWs down below in the comment section. SJ with the 20 says from SJ, much love. Much love to yourself as well. I really appreciate you, SJ. Then over on Venmo, thank you so much. Kelly for the $15 who says thank you for showing up and getting into good trouble. Thank you so much for that love, Kelly. Show some love to Kelly down below. I really appreciate you. And then Deja, thank you so much for the $20 as well. That is DJA. Deja with the 20 says first time donating. Been watching you for about 2 years now. How would you respond to someone who says that women are too emotional to lead? Oh, by just giving them the facts. No, it is not true. I'd argue that men are significantly more likely to engage in emotionally driven thought processes compared to women. And maybe we could even have a debate on that at some point today. Stick around. I'll try to find somebody to debate on that.
Dean, I know you aren't going to have me here very long, but one thing I did want to say, I listened into the Leonard Tino you were talking to the other day.
Leonard?
Yeah, Leonard Tino.
Oh, Leonard. Okay. Well, if you're just going to misgender trans women, I'm just going to go ahead and kick you from the live. I think
Isn't
that's
that the
wholeheartedly disrespectful.
Isn't that the person's name?
No, Lily.
Was that? Lily. Oh, Lily Tino. Sorry.
Was that accidental or was that intentional? Knowing you, it was intentional.
No, it was accidental.
I don't
know how the person identifies. I mean, it is a man, right?
So first
That's a biological male, right?
First and foremost, no one is an it. Second of all, Lily Tino is a woman. Third of all, Lily Tino is a biological male. Barbara, thank you so much for the animal. I appreciate you so much for the love, Barbara.
So you can't tell the difference between males and females?
No, we absolutely can tell the difference between males and females. What?
You just said that Lily Tino is a woman.
Yeah, because I don't think that gender identity is going to be solely descriptive of one's sex. I think that gender identity exists as a social construct.
Oh, so you're just being I don't know what you would call it, but
I'm just describing the Christian worldview.
You're just describing how they want to be described.
I'm describing the Christian worldview. The Christian worldview describes gender as a social construct.
Yeah, but Lily, no, we're not going there yet. So if Lily decided
I'm just gonna take you for being super disrespectful. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the live. We got Alicia joining in and Elevate. I appreciate you so much for another fucking flying jet, or whatever the name of the gift is, a premium signature jet or whatever. Thank you so much for the love. Over on YT Super Chat, thank you so much, Tori, for the $20, who says, sir, your defense is that he has a wife, so he can't be a pred. Deadass, Tori, thank you so much for the $20. Travis, thank you for the 20, who says, this caller reminds me so much of Andrew Wilson, and it's sad how much he's backpedaling. Deadass, appreciate you so much for the $20, Travis. Yeah, he backed off that point of Donald Trump sexualizing the 10-year-old girl so quick when he figured out that there's no argument to get around it. Let's go to get that next guest, Logan, loaded up into the box. Thank you so much, Travis and Tori. Show some love to Travis and Tori down below. Once again, if you do want to support me, if you do want to support the stream, if you want to, support me to ensure that we can continue to do this for 4 hours a day, 7 days a week, you could actually find, the Venmo and the PayPal on the link tree in the bio. Appreciate you guys so much for all the love and support. Welcome into Support Trump, Logan.
Yes, I do.
Okay, how old are you?
19, born in August of 2006.
What year were you born in?
2006.
And you're 19. Have you been up before?
No, I have not. It's my first time in your live. I've seen a bunch of your YouTube videos and stuff. This is my first time coming across your live in TikTok.
Okay, so why do you happen to support the worst president of your life?
Well, first of all, before we get into any debate, I just want to say I respect you. I respect all your videos, stuff like that I've seen online, whether you were debating Charlie Kirk, whether you're in person somewhere. You've had good dialogue between both people, both of them respectful at the end of the day, and I really support that. I think we need more of that in this country. I think most people can agree on that.
Cool. It's very kind of you.
What I will say is I'm a young voter. I listen to everything. I watch everything. I watch CNN. I watch Fox. I watch NBC. And as a person, at least what I see is I see the lower gas prices. ICE is a hard one for me. I think we do need to get a bunch of illegal people out, sex offenders, child predators, stuff like that. But I also think that what we can both agree is I think the civic test needs to be a little bit easier. I think it's a very rigorous process that realistically most of us would fail as American citizens. I think that's something that we need to fix up a little bit and become easier. And I do have a question for you, kind of going away from the Trump thing. As a young voter, I see the ticket for 2028, and I've been very confused about who's going to be on that Democratic side. I haven't seen like a leader for the Democratic side right now.
There's a lot of people. There's a lot of people who are trying to be that leader, dude. There's a bunch of them. You got
who would you like to see?
You got Gavin Newsom. You got Andy Beshear. There's a bunch of people who might take that ticket. And who would I want to see? I mean, I'd like to see a more progressive Democrat of the likes of AOC, but I don't know. I guess we'll just have to wait and see. Now, I'd like to respond to the reasons that you gave insofar as why you support Trump. You said lower gas prices. Gas prices were lower when Biden was president.
I think Biden did a half decent job after. I mean, he got into America in a very shitty situation in COVID. It was not great when he came into presidency. He did lower them a little bit. I think Trump has lowered them since then. My state, I live in Kansas, so it's kind of been a state that's kind of been lower the whole time. So I can't relate to the people in California or other states that's been very high. I think gas where I am is like $2.20 per gallon. I'm pretty buzzed for that.
The national average right now is 370 cents. Well, $3.70.
Yeah. So I've been lucky to be below average.
And that's higher than it was when Biden left office. The gas is up big, up massively.
Yeah. Recently, within the last, what was it, 3 months, it's been up.
Yeah, caused by Donald Trump going into Iran. And that's still Donald Trump's doing. Not to mention the reason I was on a downtrend in the first place had nothing to do with Trump and all just to do with global trends. And Elevate, I appreciate you so much for another TikTok universe. Show some love to Elevate down below in the chat, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for that support. W Elevates all day, every day. Thank you so much. Show some love to Elevate. I really appreciate you. Thank you so much.
I'm not going to be a dick like that last guy. Way to go, Elevate.
I don't think that you could use that as an argument insofar as why you support Trump, because, like, just to put it simply, gas prices are not down, gas prices are up.
Well, maybe it's the state that I'm from that I don't see it as much as
even in your state. What state are you in?
Kansas.
Kansas, gas prices are up.
It's very slight. It's not that much. I haven't seen that much of a change in Kansas. I'm in like Kansas City area on the Kansas side.
Wait, right here. Yeah, the current average gas price in Kansas is $3.20. A year ago, the average gas price in Kansas was $2.80. So they're actually up by 40 cents over the course of the last year.
Yeah, you're right on that one. What I will say too is I do going to the Venezuela thing, kind of going past that. I do agree with what he did with Venezuela. I don't just look at what America thinks about it. I look at what the people of Venezuela think about it. And I see people very happy in the streets and loving that their corrupt leader was taken from them. Was it a constitutional thing to do? I think that's a debate thing. But then I look at the people that lived in that country and realize that they really liked what happened.
They still have a dictator, bro. The regime is still there. They didn't coup the regime. The regime's still in power. They still have an unelected president. They still have a dictator.
Yeah. Well, I guess my points weren't good enough this time. I do respect who you are, what you do. I think we need more dialogue like this in the country. And I appreciate you having me on. I hope you have a great rest of your week.
Okay. You have a good one, Logan. Dude seems like he has a reasonable head on his shoulder. I hope that he sways to the left. And that's inevitably what happens to people with reasonable heads on their shoulders. So I bet he'll be on the left. Hi, do you support Trump?
A week ago, I used to.
You don't anymore?
No, not anymore.
What happened in the last week?
I came across some videos, which I'm glad I did, and report. I think they were asking him questions about the Epstein files. And he said, "Are we still talking about the Epstein file?" That was the most shocking thing I've ever heard.
Dude, oh my
from
goodness.
him.
Elevate, thank you so much for another TikTok universe. My God, you're going crazy, bro. Thank you so much for that love. Show some love to Elevate down below in that chat. Thank you, bro. Show some massive love to Elevate. Thank you so much. Huge shout out to Elevate. Big W, huge W. Holy fuck, man, insane. Now back to you. It's really good to hear that you stopped supporting Trump. I think that's a really good reason to stop supporting him. Incredibly reasonable. Yeah, like, no, our president shouldn't be asking why are we still talking about the files in which still haven't been fully released or still being actively covered up by the DOJ about, you know, one of the most notorious child sex trafficking rings in human history. So I completely understand where you're coming from, and thank you so much for changing your mind.
Yeah, I mean, of course, anything for the children. I feel like no one cares, and he like is dodging questions, insulting reporters. Like, why are we not paying attention to what's going on with the children? I don't know why this is coming out now, but why we never talk? Well, me, right? Why haven't I heard anything about him being inappropriate about children before? Like, where the hell was I?
Because of the sources that you look to for information. For instance, I've been talking about Donald Trump being a rapist for the last 2.5 years straight. Right? But like, clearly you probably haven't tuned into my stream and haven't listened to it frequently because you're on the right, I'm on the left, you didn't think I was a credible source, so on and so forth. And that same thing is what kind of creates the echo chambers across the internet for people on both sides. But listen, Evolving Woman, I really appreciate you for coming up. I appreciate you for kind of, thinking a little bit more. And I hope that you have a good rest of your day, because the purpose and point of these live streams is to attempt to connect with Trump supporters that still support him and change their minds. Just know that I really appreciate you so much for what I could only describe as true patriotism. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
How old are you?
18.
Okay, and what year were you born in?
2007.
What month?
August.
Awesome. I have 4 people to thank. That'll pass you the mic. First and foremost, over on Super Chat, thank you so much, Full Band, for the 20. Let's show some of the Full Band down below. Let's get 200 Full Band W's. Full Band with the 20 says, please explain the value of continued conversations with bad faith idiot Liam. He's dishonest and disinterested in learning. Appreciate you so much for the $20 Full Band. Yeah, I was originally just going to bring him up for like 30 seconds to waste his time, but then he kind of launched a debate, and then I got swindled into it. Thank you so much for the $20 Full Band. Delta, thank you so much for the $20 as well. Delta with the 20 says, I'm very worried about the midterms. As a trans person, this will hinge on my rights and the world's rights as a whole. ISIS just opened the door to possibly deporting people suspected as trans. I'm just scared. Delta, if you want, in response to that, Dono, if you want to like drop like a link to the source in which demonstrates ISIS just opened the door to possibly deporting trans people, I'd love to take a look at it and like kind of give you my thoughts on it. But I really appreciate you for the $20, and I'm really scared. And I'm so sorry that you have to be so scared in the country that we live in. No one deserves that. As well as Lois, I appreciate you for the $20 as well. Show some love to Lois, show some love to Delta, show some love to Full Band, show some love to all of our donors. Thank you guys so much. And over on Venmo page, thank you so much for the $3 and the 21 cents. Delph, thank you so much for the $5. Who says, appreciate you so much for the education. I appreciate you so much for the $5, Delph. And then Wendy and Alice, thank you so much for the $5 and the $4 over on PayPal. Appreciate you guys so much for the love. Go ahead and take it away, man. Tell us how you still support the worst president of your life, Mr. Trump.
Oh my God. Sorry, I'm nervous. So I think that him publicly supporting Christianity more puts me on his side. I think I'm more of a religious guy, and I think it's a better thing to have a more religiously supportive president.
Okay. I don't think that he's a more religiously supported president. I think that he's probably the worst thing for Christianity in the last 50 years.
Okay. Why do you say that?
Because he misrepresents it to the maximum extreme. He says, I'm Christian, therefore I'm going to try to prevent Muslim people from entering into this country, even though I'm supposed to love my Muslim neighbors. I'm going to defend the murder of random American citizens on the streets of this country, like Alex, Freddie, Keith, Porter, Renee Good, even though I'm supposed to love thy neighbors. I'm going to illegally refuse to pay out food stamp benefits for 16 million starving American children and take healthcare away from 10 million low-income Americans, even though Matthew tells us to treat those with lesser than us the same way that we'd be treating the Lord thy God. I'm going to treat undocumented immigrants unfairly and unequally, take their natural rights away, take their constitutional protections away, and send them to be tortured in CCOT, even though Leviticus 19:34 and 35 says to treat the foreigners that reside among you in your land equally and fairly to the same way you treat your natural U.S.-born citizens. I'm going to take the purchasing power away from the average American and give it to the top 1%, even though Jesus made Matthew quit his job as a tax collector upon the poor in order to become one of his disciples. And I'm going to start a new war in the Middle East and bomb and kill 174 girls in a girls' elementary school, even though that's just about as antithetical and contradictory to the scriptures one can get. And then he turns around and says he's doing all this in the name of God, and advertises and promotes this perverse sense of Christianity that is very apathetic and very immoral and not in tune or aligned with the values espoused by the scripture. And thank you so much for another flying shuttle elevate. Holy cow, show some of the elevate down below in that chat. Thank you.
Okay. That's all I really had. You completely answered that. I feel horrible now. I knew none of that.
Well, man, fact check everything I say. It's important that you do, but once you do fact check everything that I'll say, you'll quickly learn that everything I said was accurate.
Okay. Thank you, Dean.
Yeah, of course. Have a good one. WWW. Appreciate you for coming up. I love people like that. I love people like that a lot. Hi, hello, how old are you?
Hello, darling. Hello,
Hi,
darling.
My name is Dean.
Hello.
How old are you?
It's Jill, honey. I heard you were trusting.
Jill. It's Jill. Ugh.
You can't help yourself, can you? Oh, here we go. Here comes the jailbreak, baby. I'm bringing you some business, baby.
Okay, Jill. You were on Johnny's panel for like 3 hours today.
Yeah, dog walking. I mean, you know what he did?
I wasn't even listening. I just like... I think that you need to go outside. Like, I'm thinking about like just like disconnecting you because I think that you need to go outside.
Why?
Because, bro, you've already been like sitting on your couch debating like all day, dude.
But
I woke up. I checked
ass.
Johnny's live. You were on Johnny's live. I went and got breakfast. I checked Johnny's live. You were on Johnny's live.
They love me. They love me just like they love me here on yours. They love me. I bring you business and money.
No.
I bring you business and coins.
We love you just about as much as your sister loved you.
Listen, honey, Johnny cut his nose off to spite his own face. I started getting DMs because I was beating them in coins. So he freaking cut him off from gifting me. Are you like that? Are you jealous?
That's
when I start beating
base.
you in coins?
That's base.
I don't even
Honestly, Johnny W. What were you debating Johnny on?
Just different things. Why? I think one was the Vuada. One was the operation that's going on. Just different things. Yeah, and not only him, but what's his name? Nemo. I was dog walking him and coins and everything, and so he stopped the coins. He let me stay on the panel.
Yeah, Joe. I don't really want to have you up for too long today. I'm not gonna lie. I just like I just don't think that. Do you have a headache or something? I just think that you're really annoying.
Do you have a headache or something?
And on top of being annoying, unproductive. It's not like you're gonna change your mind. You believe about anything. You believe in conspiratorial nonsense. You know what? Actually, check this out, Jill.
What, baby?
I'll let you stay on and debate me.
Okay.
If you could prove yourself worthy of debate, which would be by demonstrating your productivity. Okay? Here's a way that you could demonstrate your productivity.
Okay.
The last time that you were on my live, like forever ago, a couple days, you told me that you think that Judge Merchan, who oversaw Donald Trump's 34-count felony conviction in New York, was getting funneled money from the DNC to himself through his daughter.
Oh, yeah, I sent that to you.
And then I asked you for a source to corroborate that claim as being true, and you couldn't. You couldn't.
Oh, yes, I did. I sent it to you right here on your own live.
So if you concede that claim and recognize that you believe in a bunch of conspiratorial gibberish nonsense, fucking A, and say that you were dead wrong, we could debate about something else. Now, if you can't do that, I'm just going to move on.
Okay, well, let me see, because I thought I sent you the proof, honey. You didn't like my proof? Hi, Marin. Hi, baby doll.
Let's take a look at that proof together right now. Mr. Pond, thank you for the galaxy. And once we take a look at the proof, we understand that it doesn't prove what you think it proves. If you don't concede, I'm going to kick you. Okay. So this will, for everyone in the chat saying, move on, kick, talk to, this will be wrapped up in less than 3 minutes. This will be an easy one.
Hi, everybody. Thank you. He knows he's going to get dog walked. That's the only reason he wants to kick. Hi, Ashes.
So are you going to give me the source?
I thought you said you looked it up.
Jill, you have to give the source for your claim.
Oh, okay. Hold on, hon. Hold on.
This will take less than 3 minutes, you guys. We're gonna pull up her source. I'm gonna throw it on the screen share. We're gonna read it together. If it doesn't prove what she thinks it does, we're gonna kick her if she can't concede.
If I'm wrong and I concede, then what are we going to go to then after that?
We'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. Just provide the source. Provide the source. Provide the source, Joe.
Okay, hold on, honey. Hold on, baby sugar plump. I'm looking.
My name's Dean.
Oh, it said what? Oh crap!
Call me everything but Dean.
Wait, it says iPhone unavailable. Try in 1 minute.
You forgot your password and typed it in wrong 4 times.
Well, it didn't. It's now. So I just pushed the forgot password. No, cancel. I know that. Here, let me try on this one over here. Hold on.
Wait, is this just like a common thing for you to forget your password so then you have like a whole second device to use when that happens?
No, I don't know what happened, dude. That's freaking me out. That's my damn iPhone. I can't.
That's funny.
You're doing this shit on purpose is what you're doing.
Wait, you're saying that I'm the one that locked you out of your phone?
No, but you're getting me upset, and then I pushed the wrong button.
Wait, I'm getting you upset, so I made you forget your password because you're.
No, I got my password.
You don't, or else when it say iPhone unavailable, try again in 1 minute.
It's back now. Hush. buddy.
Yeah, you're telling me to hush because you know I'm right.
No, you're wrong.
I'm not. That is the only way your quote-unquote
Have you
iPhone becomes disabled.
Have you ever start? No, son of a bitch.
Gail's really not having a good day, guys.
No, because I don't know.
Not at all. Not at all. She forgot her password.
No, I'm just gonna. Can I just shut? Let me just get on my other phone. Hold on.
Damn, Jill, 3 phones?
No, I got
one for the club, one for the home.
No, I got 10 phones. Why?
Why do you have 10 phones?
Because whenever they banned me on TikTok, I just get another phone and start another.
Wait, you don't have to get a whole new phone to create another account.
It's okay.
Jill,
I like to be on like different ones.
Jill, you don't have to get a whole new phone to create a new TikTok account. You could just create a new TikTok account on the phone that you already have.
Yeah, but they said I used all of my different Gmails too much. They said.
Yes, but you don't have to get a new phone to create a new Gmail account either.
But what I got to do?
You go to mail.google.com and you click the sign up button.
Oh, on Google?
Yes. Then you create a new Gmail account and then you use that to make a new TikTok account.
Instead of wait a minute. Oh, hold on. Instead of Gmail, use Google? Huh? Instead of Gmail, I use Google? I think you're froze. Are you froze?
No, I'm not frozen. I'm sorry. I just got a text from my grandpa.
Oh, okay. So I just go to Google instead of email and make one. Or Gmail.
Yes.
Oh, okay. Oh, thanks for that info. Okay, now I'm looking for
10 phones is crazy, bro.
Hold on, let me get it. If I'm wrong, hey, I will concede. Ask Ethan. He's told me to look at stuff, and I did, and he was right. So just hold on. But if I'm right, are you going to concede?
Yeah.
Okay, hold on. Okay.
That's some crazy shit, man. That's honestly, that's just so Jill of you. That's just so Jill of you.
Well,
buying 10 new phones to just make a new email. So you buy a new phone every time you need to make a new email?
Oh, yeah. You want to see all my phones? I'll show you.
Yeah, actually I do.
You do? Okay, hold on. Let me get them out. And this ain't all of them. I have to go upstairs and get the others.
Wait, I'm sorry. No, stop it. Give me the source. I said that this would take 3 minutes or less. Give me the source.
Oh, okay. Hold on. Well, I had to put the phone back. Hold on. Okay. Now I'm going to mute you. Oh, no, I can do it on this phone. Okay, hold on.
Somebody over.
Phones is diabolical, Jill.
All right. Let me look this up for a minute. You guys are confusing me. Hold
on. Dude. That's so many phones.
Like, every single time she made a new account. And I actually can't even fathom, dude.
And they're also not like just like $100 Androids. Because I've bought a $100 Android before. And TikTok is such like a memory intensive app that it's unusable on the $100 Androids. So she's like, really spending the big bucks on these phones.
Dude, she can wholesale iPhones now.
I know. That's what'll happen, When you depend that you're tired of getting your ass cooked on these lives every day, you just need to turn around and start reselling all these phones of yours. You'll make some good money.
Jeez, bro. Side hustle, honestly, at that point.
No, honestly, for real. She's muted. Okay, guys, like I said, I only really wanted to keep Jill up for 5 minutes because I know that she won't concede this claim. Jill, source.
Okay,
come on, Jill. Source. Come on, source. Say, hey, Jill, I'm gonna need the source. Can I please have the source? Could you please provide me the source? Can I please have it? Please give me the source, Jill. Come on, Jill. Can I have the source, Jill? Jill, I need the source. Jill, come on. Jill, I need it. I need it right now. I need it. I need the source. Jill, come on. I need it.
Tell me what this Judge Rashawn presiding over the Trump hush money trial, and it is a liberal. His daughter named Lauren Rashawn, who works for the DNC, received $13 million in donations from the Democratic Party to her company. Judge Rashawn, who is scheduled to sentence Trump, needs to recuse himself immediately. Let's see, immediately. The rule of law, never seems to apply to Democrats.
Okay. So even if everything that you just said was true, your original claim would still be false, because you made the argument that he was taking money from his daughter, who was funneling him said funding from the DNC.
Yeah.
Okay. Right. And I'd also like to point out here that she didn't get $4 or $12 million from the DNC. That's not true at all. What you are referring to would be Adam Schiff's campaign spending more than $12 million with the company she worked with on digital advertising. So point number one, you're wrong, because this wasn't $12 million going to her. It was $12 million going to the company she worked for. And point number two, you're wrong. It wasn't a donation made to her or the company she worked for. It was expenditure on digital advertising. And point number three, you understand, okay, that these digital advertising companies work with everyone. They don't just work with one Democrat. They don't just work with Democrats. They work with everyone. And by the way, I also just want to let you know that his daughter, Laura, doesn't even work with that digital marketing company anymore. She stopped working there a long time ago.
I know, but honey,
and in fact, I'd like to tell you that she now works in the Nassau County's District Attorney's office, and that office is currently being led by District Attorney Ann Donnelly, who's a Republican. So it's fucking funny, because right now she's directly working for a Republican.
Is she? So Judge Rashawn's daughter is working for Republicans now?
Yes.
Really? I wonder why. I think because she was going to get sentenced because of, I think that was the deal. Hi, Dr. MAGA. Yeah, because I would work for the Trump administration too if I sit there and was corrupt and given my daddy.
Wait, there was nothing corrupt that she did. She worked for a digital advertising company that worked with a lot of people, including a person running for a Democratic a seat in the Senate who spent $12 million on digital marketing. There's nothing corrupt about that in the slightest. Like, from her and all that she did, I mean, she probably worked on his project and many others, just kind of lining up the back office info of, do we want to run Google ads? What will the expenditure be per click here? How will this convert into new registered voters, so on and so forth. And it has nothing to do with partisan politics. It's all to do with just working a job and running numbers. And then she quit working that job and running numbers, and now she's working as a special assistant to a Republican DA, right? Do you see here how this amounts to zero evidence for the claim that Judge Merchant was getting funneled money by her daughter who was working for the DNC, when that's just not true at all?
Don't you think that he should have recused himself, though?
Recused himself of what? No.
Why? Because when she was there, thank you guys,
because there's no conflict of interest.
With the DNC.
What was the conflict of interest to justify the recusal?
$14 million off of them.
No, once again, you're wrong. 1 second. Joe, can you read? And I don't mean that like in bad faith. I'm not asking that to be a dick. I'm asking that genuinely. Can you read?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I'm gonna have you read this. All right. Let me pull it up. Give me one moment. Perfect.
Okay.
Read that.
Oh gosh, that's small, and all these people are in the way.
There you go. Just read the highlighted text.
The highlighted. Okay. According to records from the Federal Election Committee, it's cut off. It's true that Schiff's House campaign committee. There's stuff going on. Okay, spent about $4 million Okay, 4 million on digital advertising and some consulting with authentic, with authentic. Hold on, and what does that say to the right? Anyway, in 2019 and 20. His Senate campaign so far has spent more than 12 million in authentic during the with authentic. Hold on, I can't see that. Stop. There you go. Campaign so far has spent more than 12. Oh, hold on.
I'm going to read it for you. His Senate campaign so far has spent more than 12 million with authentic during the 2024 election cycle. FEC records show. Okay, then let's go on to continue to read it. Okay. On May 31st, 2023, Trump's legal team had raised the issue of Lauren Merchant's political work in an effort to get the judge to recuse himself. About 6 weeks earlier, Judge Merchan sought an opinion on the issue from the New York State Advisory Committee on Judicial Ethics, which found no reason for recusal. The matter currently before the judge does not involve either the judge's relative or the relative's business, whether directly or indirectly, the committee wrote in its May 4th, 2023 opinion. They are not parties or likely witnesses in the matter, and none of the parties or counsel before the judge are clients of the business. We see nothing in the inquiry to suggest that the outcome of the case could have had any effect on the judge's relative, the relative's business, or any of their interests. Oh my God! As we've written before, one of Donald Trump's own lawyers said that he saw no bias on Merchan's part. In an interview on CNN in April of 2023, Joe Tacopina, who withdrew in January from representing Trump in New York's criminal case, said Merchan has very good reputation.
Okay, so why was this even questioned then if there wasn't something nefarious?
Oh, because Donald Trump is really good at delaying trials. That's like that's his strong suit. He's really fucking good at that.
Oh, something else he's good at.
So if they were able to get a recusal from that judge, then they would have been able to delay the trial a lot longer. So do you concede that your original claim that Judge Merchan was getting money funneled to him through his daughter, who was getting millions of dollars from the DNC, is false?
Well, okay. Right now I will. Right now. But if I find more, like something that's if I find something else that they can maybe prove different, then I'll have to get back with you on it. And you said, what else now you said we would go to? Okay, I'll concede on that for today. Right now. Just for now. Okay. Now, okay. You said you wanted to go to something else?
So Parker, is there anything that you wanted to address with Jill? Because at this point, I just want to kick her.
Nope.
Well, see, you lied then. You lied to everybody.
I guess God's going to come kill me, right? That's what happens to people who do you dirty. I'm going to get ran over by a train, dude. Those who know. That's some elite ball knowledge right there. You got to be tuned in to know what I'm referring to. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Sorry.
No worries. You take care. Let's go to move on to the next guest. Only up inside of the queue if you happen to be MAGA. Only up inside of that queue if you happen to be MAGA. We got the next guest loaded in right now. Only up inside of the queue if you are a Trump supporter, please, and thank you. Oh, appreciate you for joining, Parker. I'm not going to lie. I kind of got to go pee here momentarily, so it'll be good to have you up. You'll be able to cover me. Based.
I got you, bro.
Yo, Elevate, thank you so much for the signature, Jet. Appreciate that. Appreciate you. Welcome in. Do you support Trump, Taylor?
Yes, I do.
How old are you?
I'm 30, going on 31.
I believe ya. Give me one moment. I'm going to thank a couple people. Then the mic of the floor will be yours. First and foremost, Scoots. Thank you so much for the $20 over on Super Chat. Who says, who has 10 phones and no clue how to set up a new Google account? Jill. That's the answer to the question, Scoot. Jill. Thank you so much for the love, Scoot. Let's get 200 Scoot W's and then 200 Nikki W's. Thank you so much for the $20. Who says, might as well be talking to a carton of spoiled milk. Keep it up, Dean. I appreciate you so much for that love, Nikki. Show some massive love to Nikki and Scoot down below in that comment section. As well as DK, thank you for the 5. Release, thank you for the 5. DeBluce, thank you so much for the 5. Brian, thank you for the 5. Love as always. Appreciate you for the 2. And then Johnny, thank you so much for the 20 Canadian over on Super Chat. Who says, Jill reminds me of the crazy cat lady from The Simpsons. Also, please kick her. She's gone. Appreciate you for the love, Johnny. And then Lois, thank you so much for the $20 as well over on Venmo. Thank you so much for that love, Lois. You were awesome, awesome, awesome. And holy shit, Parker, that was to you, man.
Oh my god, what the fuck? Yo, Elevate, thank you so much. Holy shit. Thank you. Is that TikTok stars? Is that what it was? Or is that
The
a
TikTok universe. Yo, thank you so
Holy
much for the
shit.
love, Elevate. Oh my god, dude. Thank you. I appreciate you, Elevate. Holy cow, man. Show some love to Elevate down below in that chat. Massive Elevate W's. Massive, massive, massive Elevate W's. Thank you so much, dude. That's insane. As well as Casey, thank you for the $5 over on Venmo. He says, anxiety pin fun because you need it after talking to Jill deadass. Shelby, thank you for the $5 over on Venmo. Saying here's another 5 for baby sugar pie. That was crazy, right? Alec, thank you for the $15. Let's show some love to Alec down below. Thank you so much for the support, Alec. Alec says Trump is religious like Sesame Street is a corno. Oh, yeah, because it's clearly not porno. Yeah, I get the point. Then Shelby, thank you for the $10, who says, I watch every single day and I love what you do and I love you. That's all. Thank you so much for the love, Shelby. All the love in the world to you as well. Thank you for the 10, as well as Kirsten. Thank you so much for the $25 over on Venmo. Let's get 250 Kirsten W's down below. Kirsten with the 25 says, a customer tipped me $10 and said, pay it forward. So I'm passing it to you. I bartend and hear nonstop political falsehoods. Guy who bragged about Donald Trump now just bashed the Dems. And ignore facts, advice, not in a position to get another job. Well, here's a good piece of advice. Have them debate me. Me and my girlfriend actually went to a bar the other night, and then some server wasn't serving us, quickly rushed over when our server was away and told us that my server and the owner were crazy Trump supporters. How did they get them to debate me? And then I told her, so maybe you should do the same thing. Try to get your coworkers to debate me. As well as Hillary, thank you so much for the $5 over on PayPal. We're all caught up. If you guys do want to support me, you can find the Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, folks. Link tree in the bio. Let's go ahead and hop into that next conversation. Taylor, in order for us to hear you, you do have to be on TikTok, but if you want to take it away and tell us why you as a Christian support the most anti-Christian modern American history, the mic and the floor are yours to do so.
Immediately, no. Wow, you just speed run winning that debate, Dean. That's what you just did.
Taylor, come back, please. If this is you, you should come back. Unless we just sped run winning the debate, which I guess we did.
I guess maybe. Elevate again. Thank you for the signature jet. Elevate's going crazy.
Bro, so real. Thank you so much for the love, Elevate. Thank you for the signature jet as well. Shout out to Elevate down below in that chat. Welcome in. Just Go Cool. Do you support Trump?
Yes.
How old are you?
19.
What year were you born in?
2006.
Why do you support Trump?
Why do I support Trump? I like his immigration policy.
Oh, you like his immigration policy? Which one? The let's tell ICE agents to racially profile black and brown people. The let's illegally deport undocumented immigrants to a place in El Salvador where they're tortured. Like which one? Let's deport unaccompanied minors. Let's deport legal asylum seekers. Which policy?
I would appreciate the data where you get that from, though.
Yeah, sure. The claim that he's told them to racially profile black and brown people is coming from SCOTUS's approval of ICE racially profiling black and brown people. The claim that he illegally deported people to be tortured in CICOT is coming from the fact that a federal judge ruled his deportation of 300 Venezuelans to CICOT is unconstitutional because they had no due process. And then from multiple independent human rights watches, as well as people like Abreu Garcia, who've all testified to the fact that the inmates there are forced to kneel from 9 p.m. until 6 a.m. And when they fall out of exhaustion, they are then beat by the guards.
So these are sources that you're getting from numerous places?
Yeah, sources that I'm getting from numerous places, like various fact checks, mainstream media, or even the White House / SCOTUS opinions on SCOTUS.gov.
Do you think that illegal immigration is a good thing, or?
I ultimately don't think that people should engage in undocumented immigration, but I think the reason why they do is because we set the system up that incentivizes it significantly more than legal entry. And I ultimately do think that they have a positive impact on this country, but they'd have an even larger positive impact if they weren't deported and were rather offered a pathway to residency or citizenship in 99% of scenarios.
But you would want to prioritize the people who are trying to come legally first, right?
Well, I mean, I think that we should prioritize legal immigration, which is what would disincentivize and stop undocumented immigration, which is why if we were to offer a fast track to residency or citizenship to the undocumented immigrants that are already here, we should also offer that same fast track to the legal immigrants that are already in line.
You would have to, could you please repeat that one for me, please?
I think it is important to prioritize legal immigration, which is why we should offer the same fast track to citizenship for undocumented immigrants to the legal immigrants that are already in line.
Okay, I see what you mean. But you also would agree that it's also important to prioritize the people of America who are in America, too.
This is prioritizing pre-existing citizens. It only helps us.
what pre-existing citizens?
What's
People
that?
who are already living in America, right?
I'm confused. What are you asking? I'm telling you that mass amnesty and the prioritization of legal immigration is something that really benefits citizens.
True, but I'm saying that there's a certain limit to people that the country can allow to come
Yeah,
into
but I don't think that we've met that limit with the undocumented immigrants that are already here. Now, why do you support Trump's mass deportation? What is one way that it positively impacts this country?
One way that it positively impacts this country is that we literally get less people who are undocumented in the country, and there's a lot of people in that group that are bad people. I know there's good people, but there's a lot of bad people too, and we have enough problems. We have enough problems with the people here as it is. There's a lot of rapists and drug dealers.
Wait, but like when people are coming to the country and immigrating here, are they helping us with the problems that we have, or are they contributing to the problems? Because I would argue that they're helping because they reduced the deficit by $14.5 trillion over the past 30 years. They're less likely to commit violent crime, drug crime, property crime in the country compared to natural-born U.S. citizens. So clearly, based upon those facts, they're contributing to helping us deal with all the problems that we have as a society and not contributing to them.
You're saying that the majority of them are creating a positive benefit to the country is what you're saying.
Yeah, proportionally a better effect on the country.
And could you repeat to me what that better effect was exactly?
Yeah, they reduced the deficit by $14.5 trillion over the last 30 years, according to a Cato Institute study. They increased they have a higher labor force participation rate, so they increased GDP, productivity, even are associated with higher wages for low-income individuals in the United States, right? We can mention those things as well. Plus, they've also been associated with increasing the employment rates of natural-born U.S. citizens over the immigration over the past 30 years. So not just those things, but also the fact that they commit lower rates of violent crime, drug crime, property crime in the country compared to natural-born U.S. citizens.
Did you say that illegal immigrants allow for more citizens to have more jobs?
Yeah, it increases the employment rate of natural-born U.S. citizens because of the increase in productivity in the economy.
And what about all the people who are placed on government welfare, getting a bunch of money from the government, not able, but not that's the wrong word. They don't have to work jobs because the government's just giving them a bunch of money.
So I'm not familiar with the cases that you're particularly referencing. I think you're referencing asylum seekers who are not legally allowed to work in certain conditions, being given some help while they can't work. Holy shit, Elevate! Thank you so much for the leopard. Thank you, Elevate. I really appreciate it. That's insane. Thank you. But immigrants are actually proportionally more likely to work. They have a higher labor force participation rate than natural-born U.S. citizens. So this argument that they're more likely to take from social services is wrong. And I just gave you a source indicating the other, because actually a Cato Institute study indicates a $14.5 trillion decrease in deficits over the last 30 years due to immigration, meaning that they're literally reducing the debt more, reducing the level of spending proportional to the amount of revenue that they're increasing.
Yeah, I'm with you there. You misunderstood me when I said that I think that they're taking government welfare. I know they are doing the work. I'm saying that the people who are on government welfare should be doing the work instead of the illegal people entering the country.
So you're saying, say that one more time, sorry, you're saying they should be doing the work? Is that what you said?
Yeah, you're saying that a lot of the people who are coming in the country illegally are doing a lot of the work. They're doing a lot of labor, right?
Well, I'm saying that that is something that they do, but I'm saying they should be given a legal pathway to citizenship if they have not committed a violent crime or bad crime, or they don't leave the country.
Also, I'm sure that Parker brought this up. You just said you think that people on social safety nets should be doing the work, not undocumented immigrants. They decreased the unemployment rate of natural U.S.-born citizens, which means there's more Americans, including those on social safety nets, that are doing more work, when we have more immigrants.
Does that also account for the children that they're having after they come to the country?
What do the children have to do with this economic evaluation in the slightest?
No, like when illegal immigrants come to the country and have children here, technically those are, citizens of America.
Yeah, that has nothing to do with the economic evaluation that we were just discussing.
I'm asking if the people who are, introducing that study of, having more citizens work, are those people calculated into that equation?
If they're citizens, then they're calculated into the equation of the citizen unemployment rate.
And would you say that when illegal immigrants come into the country and they have a child, that child who was born technically in America, even though the parents came here illegally, is that child a citizen of America and
Yes.
deserves to live here?
Yes.
Even if the parents get deported?
Yes, that's the 14th Amendment, man.
Yeah,
Right,
and
I know
especially their
she's
parents
from-
shouldn't be deported, especially if they haven't committed a violent crime or bad crime.
And what about if the parents get deported? Should the child get taken with them?
Well, we don't think that the parents should get deported.
Yeah.
If they didn't commit a violent crime.
Right.
Right. But this is a very, very long process, and you know that there's a bunch of people that need to be taken care of.
Okay, are you going to address, like, I'm just confused here. Can you address the fact that it's, like, detrimental to our economy to do a mass deportation? Like, that's now even being recognized by the Trump administration. Like, we're watching them concede to what we're saying here in real time, because now there's a labor shortage for farm workers in America. So now they're, once again, relying on migrant farm workers to get the job done.
Migrant as in legal?
I don't think that was specified. So it's possible that would include undocumented immigrants.
I mean, you would agree in a whole it's better to have documented people in America, right?
Which is why I support mass amnesty.
It's a very big process to simply, get a lot of people.
It's an easier process than mass deportation.
That's why he has them detained, correct?
You're not making any sense. You just said that you don't know about mass amnesty because it sounds like a big process. I'm saying that it's an easier process than mass deportation. Mass deportation is harder, would cost more, and would take longer than mass amnesty.
And he's not doing that because...
He's not doing mass amnesty because he's a bigot and a xenophobe and a racist that thinks that immigrants are the poison of the blood of our country.
So he's racist too now?
Oh, very, yeah.
Please tell me how he's racist. This is just speak of.
He thinks that black people are monkeys. He got sued in the 1997
Hold
for
on.
violating the Civil Rights
Let's take
Act
it
for
one step at a
refusing to
time.
rent to black people. He's okay with racial profiling of black people and brown people.
When did he think that black people are monkeys?
Sure, he posted a picture depicting the Obama's literal apes on his Truth Social social media account like 3 or 4 weeks ago.
Can you please pull that up?
I might have it saved in here somewhere.
He posted a picture of Obama next to some apes? Is that what you said?
No, depicting Barack and Michelle Obama as apes.
Oh.
Elevate, holy shit.
Shout
What
out
is
to Elevate.
on Elevate? Oh my god. They just said 2 leopards. Elevate, holy shit, thank you.
Where is it? I'll just screen share for my Instagram.
Alex Preddy, the man who was beat.
That's Alex Preddy. It's gonna take a minute to find. Oh, here it is.
Breaking news, Donald Trump just posted an obscenely racist photo of former President and First Lady Barack and Michelle Obama on Truth Social. This photo depicts them as literal monkeys, apes, because of the color of their skin. They're black people. If you don't believe me...
There we go.
Oh my god, there's no way.
Wait, do you think that's funny or do you think that's acceptable?
I think that's something that shouldn't be posted on his Instagram or Twitter, wherever that was posted. But I mean, that's kind of ridiculous, yeah.
Okay, so then why don't you say that you support Trump or say that he's racist?
Thank you so much for the leopard elevate. Thank you so much for the love. Shout out to you.
Black Americans as a whole, because he made one post does not make it so that he completely hates all
Well, it
black
makes him
Americans.
racist for sure, right?
You think he doesn't support black Americans?
I think that he's racist, yeah, man. 1977, he was sued by the New York State Justice Department for refusing to rent to black people. Do you know that? When you get a housing application from a black person to rent one of his properties, they put a letter C on it, throw it in a junk drawer. New York State Justice Department kind of caught wind of this. Then they sent in their own quote-unquote testers. when they'd send white people in to ask the property manager if they could look at any available properties, the property manager would say, sure, I have some you could look at. Then right after that, they'd send black people in to ask the property manager if they could look at any available properties. And then the property manager would say, nope, don't have any.
It looks like with his term, he reached one of the lowest.
Can you respond to that?
Yeah, what'd you say?
You weren't listening?
I was looking at some statistics.
In 1997, he was sued by the New York State Justice Department for refusing to rent to black people. When black people would ask him if he had any available properties, he'd say no. And when he'd get a housing application from black people, they'd put a letter C on it and throw it in a junk drawer. They refused to rent to black people.
Okay, well, I mean, I'd have to look more into it, but there could be other reasons for that.
What there could be? Okay, what's the other reason for refusing to rent to any black person outside of racism?
I'm not sure. What if their background checks didn't come through properly? What if they were bad people? Who knows?
Wait, now you're just saying all black people are criminals and this is why it's okay not to rent to any black
I said,
person?
what if their background checks didn't come through?
Why would the background checks only ever come through for white people but never come through for black people?
You think he didn't deny
Also,
some
wait.
white people?
I have a question. Why would they mark C on all the applications of the non-white individuals?
Why would they mark C on all the applications of the non-white individuals? Where is the evidence of this?
Lawsuit.
And this was when he was doing real estate?
1997. Sorry, 1977.
Okay, and you don't think people can change since then?
Okay, so you admit that he was racist in 1977, at least?
If that's the case, then yeah, I guess he did something racist.
Okay.
I don't
now
know
let's see if you can admit that he
was.
was racist in 2012, when he got introduced into American politics by arguing that Obama wasn't born here. He was born in Nigeria and Africa because he's black, and that's why no one should vote for him because he's not constitutionally eligible for the presidency.
Well, technically, he wouldn't be if he was born somewhere else.
Yeah, and technically, you'd be in jail if you were a murderer. But if I were just to call you a murderer because you're brown, would I be a racist?
What? Where was Obama born? I actually don't know.
Fucking Hawaii, okay? Technically, you're right. If Obama wasn't born in America, you wouldn't be eligible for the presidency. But matter of fact, he was born in America, and the only reason why Donald Trump speculated otherwise is because he's black.
Okay. And
you
don't
accept
think
that is racist?
Well, hold on. Let me make something clear. Trump has also said a bunch of bad things and a bunch of worse things to
Wait,
other people.
wait, just answer my question. Do you accept that is racist? Yes or no?
No, because he said other things to other people.
Do you accept that
not
trying
black.
to prevent a black man from getting a job opportunity because they're black is a prime example of racism? Yes or no?
No, because it's not just black people. It's not just black people.
What?
You think that you're saying that he's only discriminatory towards black people, as if he hasn't done a bunch of so-called bad things to other white men or other race or other people.
Really
people
arguing he's not racist because he also does shit to white people that's bad, but like that's not because they're white, dude. Do you understand the
Exactly,
difference?
not because they're black.
Oh wait, so
It really is.
Wait, so you're arguing that when he said Obama was born in Africa, was it because he's black? Okay, so then why did he argue that Obama was born in Africa?
Probably just a dumb thing, I guess.
Oh no, but why?
Yeah, but why? Like, why didn't he say the same thing about any other presidential candidate?
He said some pretty bad things about some other presidential candidates, my friend.
No,
but why
but
didn't he
like,
say
why
any other presidential
specifically did he
candidate
say
was
that he was born in Africa?
Because what was he going to say? That he was born in China? He can't say that.
Wait, so then he was saying that he was
so
born in
now it's
Africa.
because
Why?
He's assuming this based upon his skin color. There you go. You just conceded, dumbass.
Well, yeah, okay. I'm going to say that. Okay, you, Dean, you were born in.
You just admitted that
India.
he did that because of his skin color. You just admitted it.
Well, yeah, obviously you would determine where you could guess where someone was born based on his skin color. That's not racism. If I guess that you were born somewhere in the European countries or America, is that racist?
Assuming that a black person who's running for president of the United States, that's already been president of the United States, by the way, was born in Africa because they're black. When they have a birth certificate of him born in the United States, is literally racism. If you can't figure that one out, do I need to get the crayons out? Do I need to call Miss Rachel and ask you to literally ask her to explain it to you in a language that maybe you could possibly understand here?
Well, let's just use an example real quick. Are you a natural U.S. born citizen?
I am, yes.
Are you a brown man yourself?
Yep.
Perfect. If I were to tell you that you were born in Africa, and then you told me, no, Dean, I was not born in Africa, I was born in America, and then I was to say, I don't believe you, you're lying, you were born in Africa, because you're brown, and then you were to turn around and say, no, Dean, seriously, I was born in America, here's my birth certificate. And I was to say, well, because you're brown, I think that's a fake birth certificate, and I still think that you're born in Africa. Would I be being racist to you?
No, you'd just be being dumb. And he might have been being dumb, which I agree with that. He wasn't being racist, he was being dumb.
So, if I was a business owner, and you really wanted to work at my business, I had one position open, but you had to be a natural U.S. born citizen to work at my business. And I just repeated everything I just said in the hypothetical. You're brown, you can't work here because you were born in Africa. You're like, no, Dean, I was born here. It's my birth certificate. I was like, no, it has to be fake because you're brown, therefore you're born in Africa. I'm going to deny you this job opportunity. So now all of a sudden you're out of a job opportunity because of the color of your skin, right?
It doesn't have to just be because of the color of my skin.
No. In this, it absolutely is, right? That's the reason why I denied your application, because you're brown. I argue that therefore you weren't born
Not
here.
true.
That's because of the
What
color
if
of your
it's
skin,
what
right?
if it's because I'm a bad person or something like that?
No, it's my hypothetical. You can't change the parameters. In this hypothetical, I denied you because you're brown, because therefore your birth certificate's fake, therefore you're born in Africa.
Hypothetical,
Is that racist?
in your hypothetical, yes, it is, but not.
So
in Trump's
how is this not what Trump was doing, right? Because you're saying, well,
you
you
have
have to
no
be a natural
idea.
U.S. born citizen to be president. Obama's not. He's black, born in Africa. Obama
You've
produces
seen
a
what he
birth
said to
certificate.
other candidates,
Obama produces a birth certificate. Says, no, listen, man, I'm born in America. All right. Then Trump says, no, I mean, you're black, so that has to be a fake birth certificate. You're born in Africa. And then in an attempt to get people to deny him the job opportunity of the presidency, that's racist, right? I'd argue, right, that using a black person's blackness against them to discriminate against them, to deny them a job opportunity, to deny them opportunity, is always racist. It is always racist to deny an opportunity to a black person because they're a black person. Do you agree? Do you agree that it is always racist to deny an opportunity to a black person merely because they are a black person?
Yes, I do, but that's not the case.
So it would be the case if the only reason why he thought he was born in Africa, the only good reason why he thought he was born in Africa, was because he's black, right? Right?
I'm fairly confident that Trump didn't actually think that Obama was born in Africa. He's not an idiot. He just said it because he says irrational things sometimes.
Wait. So now you're saying that he doesn't actually believe he was born in Africa. He knows that he wasn't. But he was saying that he was born in Africa knowing that a lot of Americans would use that to deny Obama the opportunity of being president because they would believe he was born in Africa because he's black. So therefore you think that Donald Trump actually was intentionally and maliciously using a black man's blackness against that black man, knowing that it was wrong and false to do that. I mean, that makes it like so much more racist in my opinion.
So you're playing the race card in a scenario where it's not about race. It's just about what he's trying
What's
to
it
do
about?
to get the other person non-presidency.
Yeah, but the tool in which he's using to get the person out of the presidency is that person's race.
And what if he chose the fact that
Wait, 1 second.
Obama
Can we agree
was
that the
not
tool that he was
6'5"?
using? Can we agree that the tool that he was using against Obama to get him out of the race was Obama's race?
More like citizenship.
But the only reason why Obama's citizenship could be questioned by anybody is because of Obama's race.
That's not true. A white person could be born in India. A white person could be born in Africa.
Well, once
A white
again,
person
you
could be
already
born
agreed
in
the only reason why he falsely posited that Obama was born in Africa is because he's black.
But on the premise, we also agreed that he
Exactly.
knows
You agree that the
Obama
only
wasn't-
reason... Do you agree
No,
that the
that's
only
not what I
reason
agree.
why he posited that Obama was born in Africa is because he's black?
No.
So then, okay, then I want you to answer this question. What were the other reasons? He did already concede that earlier. He's walking it back. So then what were the other reasons?
Because it's just an irrational thing to say when.
Wait, I need you to specify the other reasons. You expressly and explicitly denied that the only reason why Donald Trump said that is because Obama is black. Therefore, what are the other reasons?
He's not fit to be president, so he's gonna say some things that maybe.
So you support Trump because he's not fit to be president. And by the way, him not being fit to president doesn't mean that this isn't racism.
Wait, so are you saying the reasons why Trump said Obama was born in Africa is because Obama's black and Obama shouldn't have been president?
Not because of the black part, but because he shouldn't have been president.
Not because of the black part?
The race card is actually irrelevant.
So you think the fact that Obama was black had nothing to do with Donald Trump saying that he was born in Africa?
No, it's
okay. That's just unbelievably stupid.
So then why did he choose Africa?
It's the most believable country that he would.
Why would it be the most believable country?
On what motivation?
Yeah, why would it be the most believable country?
Of course, because of his skin color.
Because he's black?
Oh!
Yeah, but it's not president.
So you're saying that Donald Trump chose to say Obama was born in Africa because he was black?
Could you repeat that one more time?
So you're saying that Donald Trump chose to say that Obama was born in Africa because he's black?
That question, yes.
Okay.
But
so therefore, Donald Trump is racist because he attempted to use a black man's blackness against him to deny him a job opportunity.
You did a hypothetical. Let me do a hypothetical real quick. If he was.
By the way, no. Don't pivot away from this because you're going to use this to not understand what Dean just said. Please act again. At least acknowledge that you understood what Dean just said.
What if he was against a white man and said that white man was born in England? Is that racist?
That's the thing, though. He didn't. Did he say that Hillary Clinton was born in England?
He said a lot of other things.
But you wouldn't assume that they're born in England because they're white. That wouldn't make any sense.
What?
Yeah, wait. You understand that someone could be from Canada, they could be from the United States,
no, but
they could
we
be
know
from
that
anywhere
Trump
around the world.
knows that Obama wasn't born in Africa.
Yeah, we're saying that Trump is assuming that because Barack Obama is black, that he was born in Africa instead of being born in the United States, even when there's a birth certificate that justifies that he was born in the United States. That's what
Trump
we're pointing
knows
out.
That. He's
What's
not
up?
an idiot. Trump isn't dumb.
You just said he's not dumb after arguing the reason why he did this is because he was dumb and not fit to be president. Make up your mind.
No,
what the fuck are you saying?
Because Obama wasn't fit to be president.
Well, what the fuck does that mean? How so?
How was Obama not fit to be president?
Wait, no. Who'd you say was dumb?
I said, I didn't call anyone.
Yeah, you did. You said that he was dumb.
I called one of you guys dumb.
Wow, that's really ironic. Really? Wait. Did you really call? Wait, what? I'm so sorry. Did you call us dumb?
I might have, but I don't think I called Trump dumb. Maybe I said he did an irrational thing, but
I don't even think he called us dumb. I think he just said that to deflect away from the fact that he called Trump dumb and was backtracking on it.
Where did I call Trump dumb? I'm curious.
We can go back into the VOD later. You can watch it.
Oh my god!
I have a recording of it too.
Listen, bro. Listen, dude. You understand that you don't have to defend Donald Trump as if he was your father. You don't have to defend Donald Trump as if he is your best friend, as if he is your lover. Okay? You can get off of your knees. The Guac Guac 3000 can end. But I feel like from your perspective, all right, you think that
Donald
the knee
Trump is
pads
not
are...
racist.
One moment. I think from your perspective, you think that the knee pads are permanent. Okay? Right? Because, you're either, seriously, really dumb, really stupid, or intentionally denying reality just so you don't have to critique Trump. The gig is up, brother. The gig is up. We got you to admit that the only reason Donald Trump said he was born in Africa is because he's a black man. It is racist. And you've already accepted this too. It is racist to deny somebody a job opportunity because of their race. It is racist for the only reason why Donald Trump's saying that he's born in Africa is because he's black. You know this. Everyone knows this. No, stop. Everyone knows this. Even the racists know this. Okay? Like all the groypers that are like super racist. If I was having this conversation with a groyper right now, they'd say, yeah, Dean, it was racist. But, I'm racist. I don't care. Racism is awesome. Right? That's what the racists would say. But you are just denying what you know to be true so you don't have to critique Trump. And I don't know why you're doing that. Like, I almost feel, all right, as if all of the people over on YouTube saying that this guy is really dumb, this guy is not that smart, there's no way that he's stupid enough to not understand what you're saying. I think that all of you guys are wrong. For everyone that is saying that this guest is so stupid, he can't understand what you're saying, I think that you're wrong. I think that he knows what I'm saying. I think he understands what I'm saying. I think that secretly he agrees with what I'm saying. But he's denying that admission because he doesn't want to have to critique Trump.
No, you're just really good at purporting my words, is what it is. So, I'll tell you what. Him saying that Obama was born in Africa because he was black is not the same thing as denying a job opportunity solely because he's black. He is saying that.
If I said that Obama,
exactly what it is.
If I said that Obama was violent because he's black, is that racist?
Yeah.
If I said that Obama was a liar because he's black, is that racist?
Yeah.
If I said that Obama would be a bad leader because he's black, is that racist?
Yes.
If I said that Obama would be a bad father because he's black, is that racist?
What are you getting at? Yes.
So if I were to make any prescriptive statement about anything to do with Obama because of his race, that's racist. So then why isn't it racist when Donald Trump makes a prescriptive statement that he wasn't born in America, he's lying about his fake birth certificate, and he's born in Africa because he's black?
This is not how it works. Simply,
you just accepted in a billion other examples. That is exactly how it works. That is exactly how we can identify some variants of racism.
He's not saying that Obama shouldn't be president because he's black. He's saying that Obama shouldn't be president because he was born in Africa.
And he was born in Africa because he's black, right? Just kicking the can down the road one more step.
Where else would he, it's either America
or at
there.
this point, there's no way that you don't see what you're saying.
Right. Even if we just go back to my examples of Obama's a bad father because he's black. Oh, well, what if they're not saying that Obama's a bad father because he's black? What if they're saying that Obama's a bad father because he has a short temper, and he has a short temper because he's black?
No, but what if we just took out the race card and realized that, okay, this person's just a bad father. He's black, white, Chinese, Indian, whatever. Just a bad father.
Well, then we would be able to argue that they're a bad father because data point number 1, they got their kids taken away from them when they were young because they domestically abused their wife. Data point number 2, their kid got truancy in middle school because they never took him to school. Data point number 3, their kid is severely malnourished because their father never made them any food and they only ate one meal every 3 days. Those would be the data points in which we'd use to prove that anybody, regardless of their race, ethnicity, nationality, is a bad father. So, in other words, in order for it to not be racist when Donald Trump says that Obama was born in Africa, you'd have to be able to demonstrate sufficient compelling evidence outside of the fact that he's a black man in order for that claim to be true. So what is the sufficiently compelling evidence that Obama was born in Africa outside of the fact that he's black in order to demonstrate that that point is true, the same way that we'd be able to demonstrate that anybody's a bad father, regardless of their race, to be true, relying on data points like malnutrition of children, truancy in school, domestic violence against wife, so on and so forth.
I already told you that Donald Trump was lying when he said that.
Okay, so if I were to lie and say that Obama's a bad father, and then say, the only reason is because he's black, would that make me racist?
No, it would just make you incorrect and irrational.
Oh, okay. So all of the people all throughout American history that lied and said that black people
people
were violent,
Trump
knowing that
at
black
one
people weren't violent, to get them segregated from American towns and then pushed off to the hills far and away, sundown towns, okay, they weren't actually racist because they knew what they were saying was false. If Hitler knew, okay, that the Aryan race, quote unquote, wasn't biologically supreme to everybody else, and he lied about that in order to attempt to justify his genocide of 12 million people, then Hitler wasn't racist because he knew it was false, even though he used that to further his agenda. See, the thing is that there's a lot of really racist people that know what they say are what they say is wrong. What they're saying is a lie, but they say it anyways to get more people on board with their movement.
And you don't think that the Liberal Party will say lies about Trump to get him out of presidency?
Oh, so now you want to pivot because now you know that you're caught. You're cooked, you're done, you're over.
Every single person in politics lies about the other party in order to get them out.
Yeah, but seemingly this is an example of Donald Trump lying about the other party by taking advantage of the fact that they're black to get them out, which would amount to racism.
You're playing the race card, but it's just
wait. Here's a great example. If Donald Trump were to argue that Kamala Harris shouldn't be president because she's emotional and she could never lead because she's a woman, would that be sexist? Even if he knew that that was false and women could lead. Even if he knew that, if he even said that you shouldn't vote for Kamala Harris because she's an emotional woman and emotional women can never lead, would that be sexist?
Is she emotional?
The only reason why he's saying that is because she's a woman. No other reason. There's no other data points or evidence to indicate that she's acutely irrational or emotional. And he's saying that she's irrational and emotional merely because she's a woman. And that's why people shouldn't vote for her, even though he knows that it's a lie. Would that be sexist?
If that was the case, then yes.
Okay, so now you accept that Donald Trump was engaging in racism directed towards Obama because we could actually accept that Donald Trump knew it was a lie. We could accept that Donald Trump knew Obama was born here, but it still stands. The only reason why he did lie about this was because he's black, it would still amount to racism. The same way, even if Donald Trump knew that Kamala Harris wasn't irrational, wasn't emotional, but still said that she was an irrational, emotional person that couldn't lead merely because she's a woman, that'd be sexist.
What if she actually was emotional and it wasn't because she was a woman?
Okay, well, in the same way, Donald Trump accused Obama of being born in Africa when in all reality he wasn't born in Africa. This is like saying, what if Obama was actually born in Africa and there's good evidence for that? But you agreed that there's not. Therefore, you just accepted that the only way Donald Trump's statement could have not been racist was if Obama was actually born in Africa and there was good evidence for that. Which there's not, and you've already conceded. Therefore, in accordance with your view, you now have to admit that Donald Trump was engaging in racism.
You're playing the race card in a scenario.
No, stop. You just argued that the only way Donald Trump wouldn't have been engaging in sexism directed to Kamala Harris is if she was actually irrational and she was actually emotional, and there was demonstrable evidence for that claim, right? Right?
One more time.
You just argued that the only way if Donald Trump said that Kamala Harris was irrational, emotional, would it have not have been sexist is if there was actually evidence that she was actually irrational, emotional, right?
Yes.
Okay, so therefore the only way that Donald Trump's statement that Obama was born in Africa could not have been racist if there was actually evidence that he was actually born in Africa, right?
It wasn't racist, it was just false.
Wait, you right? No, yes or no?
No,
wait, so why in one circumstance, why does your standard change? You're saying the only way it wouldn't be sexist for Donald Trump to say Kamala Harris was not irrational emotional is if it was actually true that she was irrational emotional. So therefore, why don't you hold that same standard as it would relate to Obama being born in Africa? Why don't you say the only way it wouldn't have been racist for Donald Trump to posit that Obama was born in Africa was if it was actually true that Obama was born in Africa? You are clearly contradicting your own standard of evidence that you uphold in the context of sexism that you are not upholding in the context of racism. Why is your standard changing from sexism to racism?
It's not changing. Can I explain? 30 seconds.
Please explain.
Okay. All right. The reason why it's different is because it's not under the premise that he is black. It's under the premise that he is not a citizen, is not able to. It's a dumb thing he did.
No, this is like saying this isn't under the premise that Kamala Harris is a woman. It's under the premise that she's irrational and emotional, and the only reason why he's saying that is because she's a woman. But you've already accepted that even if it's under the premise that Kamala Harris is irrational and emotional, and the only reason why he's saying that is because she's a woman, you agreed it's sexist. So even with this explanation that it's not under the premise that he's black, but it's rather under the premise that he was born in Africa, well, because you already accepted the only reason why he said that is because Obama's black, it would therefore have to amount to racism, given that you uphold the same standard for sexism that you do racism.
So if he's racist, then why does he have so much black people vote for him?
No, by the way, he doesn't. Only 15% of black people voted for him, and 83% of black people think that he's racist.
But black people work for him still. He still
Okay,
hired
so
them.
black people working for a white man does not mean that that white man isn't racist. In fact, that's what we saw during slavery. Black people doing work for white men. Now back to the question that you are now pivoting away from. Concede that Donald Trump is racist in the same way that you're arguing that if he were to say that Kamala Harris was emotional or rational merely because she's a woman, he would be sexist. I've defeated any possible counter argument that you have here. Make the concession or give the difference.
The difference is that a random black man working for the president of America is not slavery.
No, you're pivoting, you're dodging. You're actually dodging, bros. This is embarrassing for you. You said that Donald Trump would be sexist if he posited that Kamala Harris was rational and emotional and can't lead merely because she's a woman. So why isn't he racist for positing that Obama was born in Africa merely because he's black? What's the difference?
If he were to make it so that he couldn't accept his citizenship, what else would he have said?
You're not answering my question. Answer my question right now. What is the difference between Donald Trump being sexist by saying Kamala Harris is emotional and irrational merely because she's a woman, and Donald Trump being racist by saying Obama was born in Africa merely because he's black? What is the difference?
All right, I'm gonna respond clearly. I just want you to ask the question for me one more time.
Yeah, for sure. Here for the billionth time. What is the difference between Donald Trump being sexist if he were to accuse Kamala Harris of being irrational, emotional, and unable to lead merely because she's a woman, and Donald Trump being racist by positing that Obama isn't able to lead because he was born in Africa merely because he's black? What's the difference?
The difference is that he doesn't. The reason why he doesn't want Obama to be president is not because he's black, but because he's incompetent in other areas. But he said it was because that was a way that he could get him in the fact that he wasn't a citizenship.
Okay, so would he still be engaging in sexism directed towards Kamala Harris if he told everybody that they shouldn't vote for Kamala Harris because she's a woman and women are super emotional and irrational, therefore she's super emotional and irrational, even if he knew that she wasn't emotional and irrational and just wanted to be able to beat her in the election?
Well, Kamala is irrational, and she's
Just answer my question. Just answer my question. Given that she wasn't, like given that you didn't think that she was, answer my question, please.
If it would be sexist if she was competent somehow.
Yeah, so she's competent, but he's saying that she's incompetent and super irrational and can't lead merely because she's a woman. But he knows that she actually is competent and can lead, and that she's not incompetent because she's a woman. He just doesn't want her to win the race. Would it still be sexist?
Yeah, that is sexist. We
Okay,
agree on that.
so you just agreed that even though, according to you, he knew that Obama wasn't born in Africa, and he was only saying that in an attempt to get people not to vote for Obama, it's still racist.
Not because he's black, but because he's not a citizenship. There's a difference.
Wait, not because Kamala Harris is a woman, but because she's irrational, right? But then we'd say that he's positing that she is irrational because she's a woman, making it sexist, the same way that he's positing that Obama was born in Africa because he's black, making it racist.
But that would also under the premise that she actually is irrational.
Okay, no, we're operating under the premise here that she's actually not irrational, the same way we're operating under the premise that Obama's actually not born in Africa, making them both one sexist and the other racist.
And you can't just
What's the difference?
Be an irrational.
Wait, what's the difference? What's the difference? What's the difference between it being sexist directed towards Kamala Harris and it being racist directed towards Obama? What's the difference?
The difference is that he intended it as a false statement to try to get people to not vote for him.
Wait, so if Donald Trump intended it to be a false statement directed towards Kamala Harris by saying that she's super irrational and emotional because she's a woman to get people not to vote for her, would it still be sexist?
No.
What? Wait, so now you could say that you shouldn't vote for this woman because she's a woman and women are super irrational and emotional and they can't fucking lead for jack shit, and that's not sexist.
And you think that people won't...
Wait, I just want you to affirm it's not sexist for Donald Trump to say that nobody should vote for Kamala Harris because she's a woman and women are super irrational, emotional, incompetent fools that can't lead. That's not sexist?
That is sexist.
Okay, even if he knows that it's false, right? Yes or no? Even if he knows that it's false, yes or no? Is it still sexist? Even if he knows that it's false?
If he knows that it's false...
Is it still sexist, yes or no?
Because she's a woman...
If it's still sexist, yes or no?
Sexist. But, yes...
Okay, so then your argument as it relates to Obama fails. Your argument as it relates to Obama absolutely fails. Because your argument is that it's not racist because he knew that it was false. But it is still racist, even though he knew it was false, for the same reason it would still be sexist for him to say that Kamala Harris can't lead because she's irrational because she's a woman, even if he knew that was false. Right. Do you concede?
No, let me respond. the reason why it's different is because it's not under the premise that he's a bad president because he's black. It's because he would be a bad president because he wasn't born. He's not a citizenship.
Wait, but we've already went through this meta justification. This is like saying it's not sexist to say that Kamala Harris can't lead because she's incompetent because she's a woman. Because you're not saying that she can't lead because she's a woman. You're saying that she can't lead because she's incompetent. The reason that it'd still be sexist is because we're arguing here that she'd be incompetent because she's a woman. The same way Donald Trump argued that he was born in Africa because he was black.
Yeah, but not being applicable is different from not being good.
What?
Not being capable is different from not being applicable. If
What
you're
does
not
that
a
mean?
citizen, you're simply not able to run for the president. Like it's even if
No, but it still amounts to a push towards people to not vote for them in the election. It's the same thing.
That's what I'm saying.
All right, so then
That's
once
all
again,
it
do you see
was.
how your argument fails here? You're saying it wasn't racist when he said this about Obama because he wasn't saying that he can't run for president because he's black. He's saying that he can't run for president because he wasn't born here. But then the reason why he's saying he wasn't born here is because he's black. So therefore, under your view, it wouldn't be sexist for Donald Trump to say that Kamala Harris shouldn't be president because she's incompetent because she's a woman, because still yet the first line of justification is not the fact that she's a woman, but rather the fact that she's incompetent. The same way the first line of justification is not the fact that Obama is black, but rather because Obama wasn't born here.
Okay, you're actually talking a little bit too fast here.
I don't. Okay, I'm just gonna kick you because I legitimately think that you're just straight up a dumbass. Like low key, don't know how you brush your teeth in the morning. You know, I'm just gonna kick you. Move on. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the box, y'all. Only up inside of that queue of your MAGA, please and thank you. Jeez. Oh my goodness. Wow, dude. These Trump supporters are droids, dude. Holy droid. Hi Taylor. Do you support Trump?
Yeah, sorry, I disconnected earlier because I'm homesick from work and maintenance came. But I just wanted to ask you. You told me how can I support Trump when he's the most anti-Christian person, and I just want to ask.
Yeah, I'm just gonna
from-
take a. Do you mind if I just
No,
take a
I
moment
just
to
wanna-
thank a couple people?
I just want to ask you, what is it that you say makes Trump anti-Christian?
Yeah, we'll go through that all. First and foremost, was that last guest kicking me or cooking me?
I literally just came back in the live. I haven't been on it. I'm going to be completely honest. I'm sorry.
Yeah. What is it with Trump supporters like literally having like negative IQs?
Brushing his teeth. Sorry,
Yeah,
what?
Dude, I just want to take a second to reflect on that. Thank a couple people, then we'll hop into the debate. But like, I want to make sure that I'm not going insane here. Can we like all agree that guy had like a negative IQ? Like everyone that was listening to that last debate, like even the people on the right. I just need that affirmation so I know that I'm not going crazy here. Yes, like actually like negative IQ. Perfect. Love. I need that affirmation, you know, because think about it from my perspective. I am just in a conversation with this person. Okay. I am only talking to this person. The only other person in the room is this crazy person. All right. So it's not like I have anybody else to affirm that like I'm not going crazy and that this guy's just like super dumb. Okay, good. I love to just see all of the yeses in the chat. That makes me feel a lot better because it kind of does. It kind of can drive me a little bit crazy sometimes to be trying to convince a rock of reality. Okay. And then it comes to this point where it's like, maybe I'm in the wrong here. And there is some good reason why this point isn't being understood. But there was no good reason why that point wasn't being understood. And that guy was just absurdly dense, right? Like that guy would argue that the sky's not blue. That guy would argue that I don't have 5 fingers on my hand. Oh boy. All right, I'm going to thank a couple people. First and foremost, DK, thank you so much for the 20 over on Super Chat. Thank you so much for that love, DK. Let's get 200 DKWs down below in that comment section. DK with the 20 says that logic is like a doctor seeing a non-European name and saying they'll need a translator, refusing care, then claiming it isn't racist because he knew they spoke English. Knowing the truth doesn't excuse a biased claim. You are absolutely right, DK. That is actually a really good example. Then Kel, thank you for the $10 who says, I love watching Dean cook. At least somebody got enjoyment out of that last conversation because it certainly wasn't me. Thank you for the 10. Maria, thank you so much for the $11 over on PayPal. Maria with the 11 says, I've been watching you and Parker every night for the last couple of weeks. I think that what you're doing is amazing, especially now when there's so much instability and propaganda in the world. Congrats on your patience. Greetings from Greece. Well, shout out to Greece. Thank you for the $11 and thank you so much for tuning in. You are awesome. As well as Deja, thank you for another $5. Isaiah with the $10 who says, holy shit, these guys are giving me a migraine. Trump is not going to let y'all hit. Stop glazing him. So real, bro. And then Serena, thank you so much for the $1. Good to see you. Shout out to you. Over on Vimeo quickly. Ray, thank you for the $5. Carrie, thank you so much for the $50 over on Venmo. Let's get 500 Carrie W's in that chat. Thank you so much for that love. Thank you so much for that support. You are bubba based. Holy shit. Huge shout out to Carrie. Carrie with a 50 just dropped a little salute emoji. Thank you so much for the support. Shauna, thank you for the 5. And then Oscar, thank you for the $11 and the 11 cents who says, hi Oscar. I hope that you're having a good day today. And then Jaden, thank you for the $10 and congratulations on changing your MAGA family members' minds. If you're watching and you want to support, you can find both of those two things, Venmo and the PayPal. I'm just going to say a couple filler words so TikTok doesn't take me down here, but you know what I'm referring to. And the link to in the bio. I appreciate you guys so much for all the love. You could attach a message, and I'll do my best to read it off. Now, Taylor, you're curious why he's anti-American?
No, anti-Christian.
Sorry, anti-Christian, sure. Because he does the opposite of what the Bible tells us to do.
Okay, give me examples.
Leviticus 19:33 through 34 says to treat all the foreigners that reside among you in your land equally and fairly to the same way you treat your natural U.S.-born citizens. Donald Trump says if you're a foreigner that resides among us in our land, I'm going to treat you unfairly by labeling you the vermin of the earth. I'm going to treat you unfairly by labeling you as a mental asylum escapee, prison escaping, and then I'm going to treat you very evilly and unfairly and unequally to citizens by taking your constitutional rights and protections away to then deport you to be tortured in another country. That's one example. I have about 1 billion, so if we want to go point by point, we can.
Sure, I'll just start with the first one. While Jesus does treat everybody fairly, Jesus also talks about in Matthew when he's talking about paying taxes that what's Caesar's is what's Caesar's. And Jesus loves everybody, but Jesus also doesn't believe in...
You left the app.
Oh, no, sorry, that was my battery. Jesus is against illegal immigration because Jesus is about following the law. Jesus was a law-abiding person. He always preached about following the law. And when you enter this country illegally, you are committing a crime. So I'm just throwing that out there. So I know that's a lot of people's argument.
So would Jesus follow the law during American slavery with the fugitive escapee slave clause of the Constitution that mandated people, if they were to come across an escaped enslaved individual, to send them back to their enslaver?
I'm coming in here to talk about how I don't agree that you can say Trump is anti-Christian.
Wait, I'm just asking you, would Jesus follow the fugitive slave clause? Yes or no?
No, he wouldn't. So
even though it was a law? So you're arguing here that Jesus would not follow law that contradicts like good moral values, right? So therefore, Jesus wouldn't follow the law of mass deportation because it contradicts the good moral values as described by Leviticus 19 verses 33 or 34.
Okay, first of all, also when people like to quote the Old Testament, you also
Jesus would have told the Nazis where the Jewish people were.
Yep.
Okay, hold on. You guys, your guys' favorite thing is to just talk super fast and throw all your facts at people without giving them a chance to talk. Because let's be honest, you know more than everybody here. You're more well-versed on this. I'm not honestly trying to get into the super political part of it, but what I'm trying to say is from a Christian standpoint, it even says in the Bible, you as a person, Dean, you are human. You are not in a position to sit there and judge other people about whether or not they're Christian. The authority of who is not acting in a Christian way, that's up to God and God only. And people love to come at Christians and be like, well, you can't be Christian if you support this. You can't be Christian if you support that. And it's like, I just don't agree with that. And honestly, Trump appointing 3 Supreme Court justices that overturned Roe v. Wade is the biggest example of how he's pro-Christian, because the murdering of 73 million babies per year is murder. That's exactly what it is.
73 million.
73 million babies are aborted globally per year.
Oh, globally. Okay.
Yes,
Base?
globally, not in America. Globally. And
Okay,
one of
anyways,
the
listen,
and
okay.
people who support Trump, and by the way, I don't.
So my girlfriend has gotten 36 abortions in the last 2 months, and she's a good Christian. Do you agree?
You're telling me your girlfriend has had 36 abortions?
Yeah, and she's a good Christian, right?
I don't think you're stating a fact. I think you're trying to make an example here. I highly doubt that your girlfriend said 6 abortions. You can't be pregnant 36 times in the last 3 months.
Okay, yeah.
I saw you clip someone with that recently.
Listen. I'm clearly being outrageous. Okay, but like women that praise Satan, love to get abortions, change their gender every day.
Confuse people. And all I'm saying is at the end of the day, no human on this earth is in the authority to judge anybody else about Christianity. That is up to God and God only. And that's all I'm here to say. I don't know enough on politics to sit here and debate them, so I'm not.
Don't worry. We won't debate politics. We'll just debate everything that you've said so far.
I'm just saying.
So I just want to respond real quick. So if you don't think that anybody is in a position to judge, then why do you think that the legislators are in a position to judge and condemn women that want to access abortion by revoking said access from them? That is the biggest issue with the argument that you're making, that it's not up to us, it's all up to God. But then you turn around and you argue that it is up to us and we can make that judgment.
Abortion is murder. Abortion is murder, and that's just a fact.
Wait, would God ever endorse murder, ever?
What?
Would God ever endorse abortion in any scenario, in any context whatsoever?
No.
Okay, so then what the hell is Leviticus 5:11 through 31?
Please read it to me. I don't know every Bible verse off the top of my head like you apparently do.
Yeah, it's God blessing priests to give abortions to women who cheat on their husbands, then get pregnant.
I don't know what Bible you're reading, but that is definitely not the case. And God is not for abortion in any scenario. It is the murder.
So then go open up your Bible and read it to us.
Okay, hold on. I gotta go grab my NIV. And also, by the way, I can guarantee you that. Okay, you probably don't identify as a Christian, so everything that you're gonna argue me on.
No, I'm a good Christian. Are you judging me? Are you telling me that I'm not a good Christian right now? Didn't you just say like 10 minutes ago you can't do that?
You don't practice Christianity, yes?
I do. Test me. I do practice Christianity. Test me.
Practice Christianity.
Yeah, ask me anything. Ask me anything. I can prove it. Ask me
In
anything.
the Bible, you're gonna honestly tell me in the Bible that God is okay with abortion?
Yeah, God is sometimes okay with abortion. That is absolutely true.
I'm sorry that you have been completely misguided, but that is not true.
Okay. All right. Well, first and
Sure,
foremost, you're condemning my.
I'm sure that you read scripture and interpret it whatever way.
Well,
that
I just want your interpretation of it.
All you are is you run your mouth.
Well, you're really judging me pretty hard, bro.
Yeah, you know what I am, but guess what? I'm not Jesus.
Anti-Christian. Anti-Christian.
Actually, only Jesus.
I'm a sinner. I'm not perfect.
Taylor, only
Jesus
can
not
judge
perfect.
Dean. Only Jesus can judge Dean.
That is true, and I'm a sinner, and I will repent for it like I continue.
Okay, then
to.
do it right now. Then do it right now. Then repent right now.
I don't have to repent in front of you. I repent in front of my Lord, not a human.
I know. Repent in front of your Lord
human.
right now.
And that's something I do in private, like my prayer.
Okay.
See, the problem with you is that you have a bully mentality and you talk as fast as you can and you have facts sitting to you in front of you on your screen and you just sit there and you talk over people and you ramble as fast as you can just to confuse people. I don't respect the fact that you do that. I don't think that you're here for honest conversation. I think you're here to prove people wrong and gain followers. That's honestly what I think. And I think that people love to use Christianity as an argument for politics. Oh, Trump's not a Christian, this, that. You are in no authority to judge anybody on their religion. That's for God only. And I know you think you're a God, but you're not. You're a pathetic human.
Okay, thank you. So I think that we actually do have limited authority to make judgment calls on if individuals are abiding with the moral virtues as described by the Christian Bible or not. Like I get like the theme here of saying that like ultimately like God is a judge who determines who's going to heaven, who's going to hell, and to that I agree. That is theologically accurate in consideration of Christianity. But what is not theologically accurate is you're basically telling us that the Bible means nothing. Okay, the moral virtues as described by the Bible are meaningless. And people could just go run wild, do whatever the hell they want to do, murder, kill, lie, cheat, adulter, so on and so forth. And then we have no authority / ability whatsoever to call them out on it. Okay? When the Bible is clear, okay, and by the way, I didn't kick her. She left because she's scared. She was actually too scared. Oh, actually, she was actually too scared to preach the word of God. Because what did I ask her to do? That she refused to do and instead left on. I asked her to read the Bible. I asked her to open up to Numbers 5 and read 11 through 35. And she refused. She didn't want to share the word of my God publicly to all of you. She's a fake, bad Christian, a performative Christian who uses it as a tool to signal ultimate divine forgiveness over all of her transgressions, so she never has to take accountability for any of her missteps ever at any point in her life, and then to turn around and weaponize it against the oppressed, against the marginalized, and against the immigrants in this country that have been sentenced to illegal deportation to be tortured in another country after being detained because they're black or brown, all in an attempt to forego any accountability for the man that did that because he claims that he's Christian. And by the way, for like the 2.5 people in the comment section spamming WGuess, please come up here and continue her argument. None of you will, bro. None of you will. There's not a single person who will legitimately come up here and continue her argument because that's how shitty it was. You know, like have fun continuing to advocate for your 3 brain cell IDIOTS that join this live stream. Say words and then run away when they're proven wrong. Okay, like I definitely see where your priorities lie.
You caused a car accident today. Do you know that?
What's that?
You caused a car accident today. Do you know that?
Oh, it's Fish Girl?
You caused a car accident. Do you know that?
What is your profile picture?
It's you punching an old lady in the face because that's the kind of person you are.
Bro, you need to leave me alone.
You know you caused a car accident, right?
I don't think I did. You need to leave me alone.
I hit a parked car while I was listening to your live stream.
Seems like that's your fault.
Parker, why are you doing that? Why are you... That's not funny.
I'm laughing at you. You hit a parked car while watching his live stream. That's your fault.
Yeah, that sounds like it. That really sounds like your fault, man. I'm not gonna lie. Dude, she needs to stop, man. She needs to stop, bro. She needs to stop. Let's go to get that next Trump supporter loaded up into the queue. Only opposite side of the queue if you happen to be MAGA, please and thank you. I wish that Tiffany would come back, but we know she won't. Hi, do you support Trump?
Yeah. Yes, I do. Sorry.
How old are you?
I'm 26.
Okay, what year are you born in?
99.
All right, I'm going to thank a couple people, then we'll pass it out, Mike. First and foremost, thank you so much for the 20 euros over on YouTube Super Chat from Devil's Daughter. Thank you so much for that, love, daughter. Thank you so much. Daughter with the 20 euros says, her first statement was a lie. He intentionally broke traditional rabbinic rules and legalistic interpretations regarding the Sabbath by prioritizing human need and love over strict man-made traditions. No, you're actually right, because you had your religious law where Jesus presided, and he broke that religious law. 110%. Really good point. Then Fussy, thank you so much for the $15 over on Venmo. Let's get 150 Fussy W's down below in that comment section. He says, Dina had an argument with an ignorant MAGA that thinks America is a Christian nation, and he only deals with fact. But when I brought up the fact that even Thomas Jefferson and John Adams states is not, he denies it and pivots from it despite it being factual. Yeah, you'll see that a lot. You'll see that a lot, Fussy. Thank you for the $15. Thomas, thank you so much for the $15 as well over on Venmo. Says, Jesus did not follow the law. He was literally killed because he didn't. Appreciate you so much for the $15. I mean, I slightly disagree there. You know, like the attempted legal argument to crucify Jesus is because he was claiming to be a king, and that was illegal because it was seditious in accordance with claiming kingship over the Caesar. But in all reality, claimed to be a king of men, not in the sense of the state, but rather in the sense of being their heavenly creator. So I think I would defer to the argument about him breaking the religious law instead of like the Romanian law. But also, None, thank you so much for the $5 over on PayPal. And then Serena, thank you so much for the $20 on PayPal. Let's get 200 Serena W's down below in that comment section. Serena says, here's my daily support. Serena, I hope that you're having a great day today. Show some love to Serena down below, and I really, really appreciate you. If you're watching and you want to support, you can find the Venmo and PayPal link tree in the bio. Appreciate you guys so much for all the love. Also, the handle's right there. One more here from Jeannie over on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much for the $20, who says love to Dina Parker, love to Santana too. Thank you so much for the support, Jeannie. I hope that you're enjoying today's stream. Show some love to Jeannie down below. And with that, go ahead and take it away, 335.
Hey, how's it going?
It's going all right.
Okay, I'll just make sure you can hear me. Can I ask you, do you support Trump?
Fuck no.
You don't support Trump?
Absolutely.
May I
He's
ask
the worst
why?
president of your life.
Okay, may I ask why?
Well, because he's the worst president of your life.
But why is that your opinion?
Because of his character, domestic policy, and foreign policy.
Okay. So what about what's going on? Do you agree with what he's doing in Iran? I'm assuming you don't.
Absolutely not.
Okay, so the reason why I came up here, because I just got from doing a debate with another TikToker. And I wanted to ask you, because I don't think he really thought about, like, do you believe that you're allowed to support somebody, but you don't have to support everything they do?
Yeah, you don't have to support everything that one does in order to support them as president. However, if the cons outweigh the pros, or one of the cons would constitute like a red line, like you can't support them in consideration of the single fact, then you should stop supporting the person. Like, in short, it depends.
Okay, so, because my whole thing, because you're probably going to say the same thing he says, because he's like, so you're no longer a Trump supporter. And I'm like, I mean, from the way you're explaining it, yes. And from the way you just explained it, I guess. Because I don't agree with what he's doing in Iran, because it was just, I don't think he knows what he was doing. There's a reason why 30 presidents passed on attacking this man. And I think he just got us drugged into something worse than Vietnam, to be honest with you. I didn't want to come up here and botch your panel or anything like that. I just wanted to give my opinion on how I feel about Trump.
Okay, but do you support him as president?
Man, that is a really hard. There's some things he's doing. There's a lot of things he's doing.
Do the pros outweigh the cons, or do the cons outweigh the pros?
No, the cons outweigh the pros.
Yeah, man. Then I don't think it should be hard at all. You are not a Trump supporter. There you go. Perfect. You're telling me that this is exactly what somebody else on their live stream told you. I'll tell you the same thing. Let's go to get that next Trump supporter loaded up into the box. Here we go. We got Kevin loading in. We got Ice Hensley loading in. All right. Give them a moment to join your folks. Only up inside of that queue of your MAGA, please, and thank you. Oh, Parker can't hear you. You are muted.
Oh, I meant to say the flag's
Hello?
been as today as yesterday.
Nope, not a single one. Knock on wood. Yeah, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yes.
Oh, it's you. You.
You know me, huh?
Yeah, you are, you're a racist. That's what you are.
You tell all these nice folks why you've been ducking me.
I haven't been ducking you.
I'm just fucking with you.
You think that I've been ducking you because I haven't been talking to you, but then you consider that you're just maybe not worth my time.
That's all my personal opinion. You're like the Cowardly Lion.
Cowardly lion that has ate your ass every wow. Cowardly lion that has beat your ass in every single debate in which
No
you've
way,
engaged in.
man.
I'm moving on, bro. Just restart. Let's just move on to the next guest. Let's just completely restart the dialogue. We got Truth Teller loading up into the box. All right, guys. Only hop inside of that queue if you happen to be MAGA, please, and thank you. Wow. Hi, do you support Trump? Wow.
Yeah, I do. How's it going, Dean? How's it going,
why is
Parker?
that? Why is that? Why are you MAGA? Go ahead.
Is MAGA God?
What's that?
Did you say is MAGA God?
No, I asked if you support Trump as president.
Oh, I thought you'd asked if he was a god. No, he's not a god.
Why do you support Trump? Dude. Oh, bro.
Let's see, because putting America first, not immigrants first, unlike the last president, which completely destroyed our country. So that's one thing.
Okay, so you're saying that Biden was destroying the country and Trump is saving the country, but we had better macroeconomic
Essentially,
trends
yeah.
during the
Biden's
last 2
part of the
years
cabal.
Biden-Harris administration.
Part of the Epstein group.
And failing macroeconomic trends during the first 2 years of the Trump administration.
Yeah, Biden's part of the same group that wants to sacrifice children to Nimrod and eat them. So, all according to the Epstein files.
I actually got to kick you for saying that, or else I'll get a misinformation flag. But just to keep it short, you're crazy. Sorry, I'm gonna get a misinformation flag. So I
There's
gotta
no
fix it.
evidence Biden was a part of that, but you have better reason to say Trump was.
Yeah, I would love to debate like the Q folk out there, right? For sure, like that'd be funny because I'd just destroy him. But like I can't because TikTok punishes. Oh my god, it took forever to kick them. Because TikTok punishes misinformation. Like that specific kind of misinformation. If you make that claim about any president, like your account just gets taken down pretty much, so. Someone in the comment said, someone in the comment section. Oh, go ahead.
I said it was proof of the deep state that like people get banned.
So real.
Say that, right?
So real. Hi, do you support Trump? They are pissing. Can you guys please not piss on live? Can you do that somewhere else? Oh my god. We got the next guest, Joey. Let him up. Yeah, next guest. Sorry, I'm just still thinking about something.
Hey guys, I just wanted to say I am a huge fan of both of you.
Thank you. Shout out to you, dude. Shout out to you. Thank you so much for the support, bro. All right, now we are just looking to talk to Trump supporters, but I appreciate you so much for joining. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
How old are you?
26.
And why do you support the worst president of your 26 years of life?
Because I couldn't imagine somebody like Kamala Harris being our president.
Why is
And
that?
I actually have a question for you.
Okay.
Do you have any evidence or anything that would show that she would be a good president and that that wouldn't be
Yeah, that's an easy
anything
one.
other
That's
than a clown show?
That's a softball, bro. That's a complete softball. Sure, I guess before I do. Yeah, I just got the flag for misinformation from that truth teller guy. But anyways, so your claim is that Trump good because Kamala Harris bad?
Sure.
Okay. Well, A, even if Kamala Harris bad, that doesn't mean Trump good. They could just both be bad, so that's a false dichotomy. B, I don't understand why we'd say that the adjudicated rapist would make a better leader than the attorney made DA, made AG, made senator, made VP. And E.
Okay, well, I'm asking you. why do you think Kamala Harris would have did any better?
Yeah, okay. I think I just kind of
Based
struggle with
off
the question because it's
based
about a
off
year and a half
her
old.
record,
But
pretty
to
much.
answer it,
Based
sure,
off her
yeah, it's
record.
because she ran on tax cuts for the middle class. She wanted to actually give back to the average American, back to the working class, back to the low class. Meanwhile, Donald Trump wants to defund the average American, defund the working class, defund the low class, just to give more back to the top 1%. The CBPP tells us that the average American making at or under $51,000 per year will
Yo,
have less
hold on.
purchasing power.
Hold on. Can you slow down? Slow down a bit. Honestly.
Kamala Harris wanted to give more back to the average American. Donald Trump wants to take more away from the average American. Kamala Harris wanted no new wars. Donald Trump wants a new war in Iran. Kamala Harris honored and respected her allies. Donald Trump wants to invade them and steal their land. Kamala Harris wanted to engage in good global positioning through foreign affairs. Donald Trump wants to destroy us on the global stage by imposing tariffs on every other country in the world with no good reason. Kamala Harris respects the rule of law. Donald Trump doesn't. He's positioned himself above the Constitution. He wants to be a dictator. Not to mention that her character is significantly better. She's not an adjudicated rapist, unlike him. She isn't boasted about sexually exploiting naked women and girls, unlike him. She wasn't best friends with Epstein and then had her name illegally redacted a million times in the files, unlike him. She doesn't have 40-plus accusations, unlike him. She didn't hit and sexualize on a 10-year-old girl in the 90s, unlike him. She didn't hit on her own daughter, unlike him, and about a billion other things.
All right. So you said a lot. You said a whole lot. A lot of that was false. Okay.
Yeah, feel free to prove it false.
All right. Shoot. A lot of that, what you said, you just said a whole lot of things. Let's focus on one. Because a lot of that was false, what you just said.
Then feel free to prove it false.
Okay, you said he's an adjudicated rapist. All right.
Yep.
Has he been found guilty?
Yep.
Held liable in a
of
civil
rape?
court amongst a jury of his peers.
He's been found guilty of rape.
In a civil court, yeah.
Okay. That means liable.
Yeah, that's
He's been
what
found
I'm saying.
liable. There's a difference.
I know.
Right. So there's a difference for a reason, right?
But it's liable just means guilty for a civil court.
Right. Okay. But okay, so what's the distinction? Why wasn't he found guilty?
Yeah, because it was past the statute of limitations, which means after a certain amount of years,
Okay,
regardless
that's
of the
why.
amount of. What's up?
It was because it was past the statute of limitations. You don't
Do you know
think it
what
was
that is?
nothing to do with the burden of proof?
No, it was the statute of limitations, which means regardless of the amount of evidence, after a certain amount of years, that they couldn't try the case in a criminal case.
Okay.
Okay, so there's a limitation on that. That shouldn't exist. Now, for the civil case, can you name one piece of evidence in the civil case that you dispute?
I haven't even been presented with any evidence. The only evidence I've been presented with was statements.
You haven't looked into the case, is what I'm hearing.
It's just statements.
By the
So
way,
you
I just
haven't
wanna
looked into the case.
I want to clarify here, and then I'll pass the mic back
Which
to you, Parker.
case?
In 12 minutes, I'm going to be hopping on Andy Beshear's podcast, you guys, and I'm actually going to be broadcasting that live for all of you. So that's going to be here on TikTok. That's going to be on YouTube. If you don't know who Andy Beshear is the Democratic governor of Kentucky with a 65% approval rating in a very red state. So we're going to be having a conversation with him. That's going to be a lot of fun. Just wanted to give you guys a heads up. Parker, I actually really appreciate you for being here because hearing around like that's weird. Because here in around like 6 minutes, I'm gonna go quickly use the restroom. Maybe put like a dress shirt on, and you can stay on the live debate. I just want to let you guys know. So that'll be fun. I don't know, man. I don't know what the vibe of the podcast is gonna be. Obviously he's gonna be kind of controlling it. I have no clue what I'm walking into here. No clue why he really wants me on either. I didn't get any briefing whatsoever. I just got, Dean, do you want to join this podcast at Andy Beshear at this time? And I said yes. So I don't know what I'm walking into. If I get the opportunity, I'm actually going to try to apply a little bit of pressure. I want to start doing that to a lot of people.
Watch this. You're about to get grilled by Andy Beshear. That's what's about to happen.
Yeah.
You have no clue what you're about to go into. He's about to like have this whole setup of like everything that you've done wrong in your career, and he's about to go through it all. He's like, "Why did you cry for Charlie Kirk, Dean?"
He's gonna pull it. He's gonna pull it. Dean, Why? Why did you dox an innocent father teen?
Yeah, I wouldn't even have cried for Charlie Kirk, bro. Why did you do
Why
that?
do you lie about the anxiety pen? What the
Why
hell?
do you lie about the anxiety pen? Kev, I cried because actually the guy right below you, Parker, he was less than 30 feet away when it happened. I was the first person he called. I got an on-the-ground view of exactly what it looked like that day with all these students running away, ambulances and police swarming the scene. Everybody thinking there was going to be a part of a mass shooting, all while I'm on live. And then I saw the video of his aorta getting ripped right the fuck open. Scared it could happen to me. Not to mention that regardless of the fact that I didn't like Charlie, and still yet the difference between you and me, considering the fact that you probably did, is that somebody I've met, interacted with in real life. That's something that not a lot of people on the internet can understand, because that's a level of nuance that I think extends beyond the internet, is that when you've personally engaged with somebody in real life, regardless if you like them or not, you see their fucking aorta get ripped open. It's repulsive, dude. Like, oh my God. You know, like, I understand to you and to like everybody else in here, he was a dude on your phone. All right? Listen, I fucking despise Charlie Kirk just as much as the next guy, but he wasn't just a dude on the phone for me. So knowing my best friend was there, and about a billion other factors, so scared and terrible, man. But go ahead.
Yeah, I get that. I mean, a tear was brought to my eye, but I'll never do that on camera, though, man.
Okay. Yeah, I guess I'm Bill.
Wait, so then why do you support Trump?
Why do I support Trump? Because
Yes.
I couldn't imagine Kamala Harris being president.
Kamala Harris. Okay, but wait, I'm sorry. So why do you say that about Charlie, but then you're totally okay with supporting Trump?
What do you mean? I was sad about Charlie's unaliving.
Oh, you said you were sad. You just said that you wouldn't.
I wouldn't cry on camera about it, you know?
Dude, because you didn't.
Especially if that's my...
Bro,
Hey,
I
dude,
was live. Listen, I was
Kev.
live when this happened. That
Kev.
was like an uncontrollable
No,
response.
man, like, but dude.
Kev, let me give you the rundown of events from my perspective.
All right. Let's move on from that. All right, I'm not
No, I just want you to
gonna bash
understand this
you
for a
for
second.
crying.
Listen.
That, but you know,
literally, it happens. I'm running away like every other student, scared that maybe there's going to be a shooter somewhere else in the parking lot that could be going after me, that might do that after that happened. I don't know that it's an assassination attempt yet. I think it's possibly
you were there, right?
Yes, 30 to 40 feet away. The first person I call is first two people I call is my mom and my girlfriend. Both of them don't answer because they're busy. The first person who answers me is Dean, and he's hearing me like freaking out about the event, scared that there's possibly a shooter around, and I'm asking him what's going on because he has an ability to see the information outside of that. And that's like literally when he was on live, or I'm pretty sure like it's just starting live or something. So that's like the prior to all of this in the first place. So like people try to act like, oh, I wouldn't have shed a tear. Well, okay, like if you had a friend there, that one of your best friends, and they called the first time, and then you were also scared that this could happen to you as well, and you have to talk about your family members about how this could be a risk for you to be in on a daily basis, wouldn't that be something that could invoke an emotional response in any typical person?
Sure. I just think as a man, you shouldn't do that on camera, man.
And that is exactly why 74% of suicides are done by men. Because men are told by other men, by the way, not by women, by other men, to bottle up their emotions, to stuff them down deep inside, and dealing with it like a man just means not dealing with it at all, which then leads to more erratic emotional behaviors, spiking our violent crime rate to 92%, and spiking our self-unaliving rate to 74% of all self-unalivings.
And you think it's because like men can't express their emotions, and you think men should be able to cry more on camera?
I think men can express their emotions. I just don't think many men do express their emotions in a mature manner, because men like you tell them not to.
Okay. Do you think maybe that so here's my perception of it, all right? So women will tell you that it's okay to be soft
Parker,
in a woman.
I'm actually going to pass this off to you.
Soft.
I gotta go start getting ready for Andy Beshear. So
Cool.
I'll be right back, everyone.
Keep saying what you're saying, man.
All right. So Pretty much what I'm saying is women lie. Like they say, oh, you need to express your emotions and all of this stuff. But when you cry like that, if a woman sees you cry, especially on camera and in the world view, like we saw Dean doing, she's gonna lose attraction for you.
Okay, so why are there a bunch of women?
Yeah, buddy.
So then why are there a bunch of women still attracted to Dean?
Well, because he's famous.
Okay, so even if he does cry in that circumstance, people aren't going to lose attraction for him because he's famous. So apparently now you're saying it's justified for Dean to cry. Wait, so now you just said it was justified for Dean to cry because he's famous and can get away with it.
All right, so hold on, Parker. You think it's okay to cry in front of women?
Absolutely.
You cry in front of your girlfriend?
Absolutely. If
You
there's
do?
a circumstance that will cause me to feel that way, I do not feel shame in crying in front of my girlfriend. And I also don't feel like my girlfriend's gonna leave me or not feel attracted to me because
You don't think she would lose you don't think there's like you don't think she
Not-
would lose a certain level of respect
Not at all.
for you? Because
I
she
am
will.
Not
Because
even
she
a
will.
concern. Never even thought about that one before.
I don't even
until
know
you
her,
just
but
brought
I
it
know
up.
that Parker, I know that she will lose some respect for you.
Nope.
If you cried in
Hasn't
front of your
happened.
woman, she's
Hasn't
gonna
happened.
lose a lot of respect.
Are
for
you in a relationship right now?
Yes, I am. My girl's right next to me.
Okay, so you're saying that you are scared to cry in front of your girlfriend because you feel like she won't find you
I'm not
attractive
scared
anymore?
to cry in front of my girlfriend. I'm just not doing that.
Wait, no,
That's a
I'm
sign
not
of
saying,
weakness.
if you cry in front of your girlfriend,
That's
do you
a
feel
sign
like,
of weakness,
answer the
bro.
question. If you cry in front of your girlfriend, do you think that she's gonna like leave you or feel like you're not attractive anymore?
Honestly, yeah. If I cry in front of her, then that's me showing a sign of
Okay,
weakness, man.
ask her
Do
right
you
now.
think these women want
Ask her.
any
Wait, can I
perception of
ask her the
weakness?
question? Can you have
She's
her go to the
asleep.
microphone? Can I ask her the
She's
question?
asleep. I'll try to. She's asleep. Hey.
Okay. Well, no, don't wake her up. Don't wake her up, please. Don't do that. Okay, so
No, yeah, she's asleep.
yeah,
But,
the point that
nah.
I'm making though is that again, in
If I was
terms of
crying, she'd bust out laughing. But go ahead. Sorry.
okay, the point that I'm making is that if you feel scared about that, that's something that you need to like, and this is not supposed to be in a negative context. That's something you should talk to a professional about because that's an insecurity that you have about your relationship that
Oh,
likely
therapy.
will not actually happen.
Therapy.
Yeah,
Listen, listen. I'm not scared to cry in front of her. Actually,
That's what it
like,
sounds like.
if I were to lose a loved one right now, I probably would cry in front of her.
Okay, so then
I'm not scared to cry in front of her, but what I'm saying is it's not okay. It's not okay for men to cry in front of their women.
Wait, you just said it was okay.
No, I didn't.
You just said that you would do it in that circumstance, like if a loved one died.
Yeah, and I did I say it was okay?
So you don't think it's okay, but you would do it. So this is what I mean. You are
Did I
scared.
say it was okay?
You're scared of crying if a loved one dies in front of your girlfriend. That's something that you need to deconstruct as a man because that is not something imposed probably by your girlfriend. That's something imposed by how you are socialized as a society that we as men can't express our emotions in these types of ways.
Well,
right?
hey, bro.
That's something
Here's
that
the
you need to
thing. Here's the
deconstruct.
thing. Here's the thing. You're misunderstanding, Parker. It's not about what I think, bro. It's about what women think subconsciously. Okay.
No.
So
Dude, the only person you
look,
care
if you
about is
cry
your
in front of a
significant other
woman, if
in this
you cry in front of a woman, she is gonna lose a massive amount of respect for you, bro. Whether
No,
you
she
like it or
won't.
not, whether
mom
I
is-
say it
my
or
mom,
not,
my
bro.
girlfriend,
This conversation's
my
gonna have to
sisters
end
lot of
within
respect,
never lost
30 to
respect
60
for me.
seconds, by the way.
Wait,
okay,
listen.
and she's probably gonna cheat on you.
Kev. Listen, none of the women in my life have ever lost respect for me because I have cried.
Yeah, because you're rich.
Guys, this conversation
What?
has to
When-
end. Sorry, this conversation has to end. I have to go on Andy Beshear.
Okay, well, you can come on to mine, Kev, and we can finish this. I'll be live right now. Good luck, man.
Appreciate you.
All right.
You have a good rest of your day. Appreciate you so much for joining.
All right, have a good day, Dean.
Fuck off, Kev. All right, guys. I am joining Andy Beshear's podcast. If you don't know who Andy Beshear is the Democratic governor of Kentucky. Kentucky being an historically red state that has voted for Trump in the last 3 elections. And that's crazy. What's even crazier is that his approval rating extends across party lines and is 65% amongst his constituent base. So Andy Beshear is an example of a Democrat that has been able to really reach over and get Republicans to agree to the cause and hop on board with his governance, with his leadership. So we're going to be joining this pod literally right now in the next 30 seconds. I don't know what to expect. I'm not going to lie. I don't know what to expect, so let's just see together. Allow permission. All right, we are joining right now, guys. Perfect. Join studio. All right, we're in the queue. We should be accepted any moment. I think that these are pre-recorded for Mr. Beshear, and that you'll only see it live on here. The host should accept at any moment. You go, girl. Shout out to you. Shout out to you. Yeah, I mean, I don't really know what is to be discussed. I guess we'll see together. I'm gonna try to like center myself a little bit more in the middle on my camera. Look a little bit more professional this way. And we should be good to go any moment. Any moment will be accepted. I wish there was a way to like mute my mic, because I want to continue. Hello. Oh, I'm having an issue here. I can't hear. How about that? Oh, I'm still having an issue. Hi, Andy. I don't know if you could hear me. If you can hear me, I'm doing my very best to figure this out. I had my tech checked before I joined and should be all good to go. But I can't hear a thing right now. There's no reason why that shouldn't work. There's no reason at all. Oh no, this is so bad. Still can't hear a thing. Oh goodness. Can I get a thumbs up if this is live? Okay, perfect. Perfect. Okay, all right. I have no clue why this isn't working. What I'm going to try to do here is just leave and rejoin, and I apologize for the delay, because I know that you got to get a guest at 15 after the top of the hour. I'll be right back. Okay, so he's just pre-recording it. This is a mess. I know. I just left. I'm going to rejoin now. I see everybody over on TikTok spamming to remove the text. I'll do that. I just need to first get this loaded up. I'll just kind of do that as a second thought once we're in, because this is the top priority right now. Okay. Dean Withers. Test audio. There's no reason why this shouldn't work. Join studio. All right. We're going to try again. Second time's a charm. Second time is a charm, and it is not working. You know what? My audio is set up right. I still can't hear you. Can you have somebody on your end just quickly check to make sure that your audio is being piped into Riverside? They're saying it is. Oh no. Yeah, I have it on the right speaker. I mean, that's my audio. There's a chat feature, by the way. It might be the only way I could talk to you guys. I just muted the mic on Riverside. We're trying to put this together right now, everyone. Oh no, guys, this is so sad. I don't know if I'm, because I can't hear you guys, I don't know if I'm interrupting anybody that's speaking on y'all's end. Yeah, I could see the chat. Hey Andy, it's a pleasure to meet you. I just saw the chat, but it might worth be checking to see if if whenever I talk on my end, I get this little bar at the bottom of the Riverside that says it could hear my audio. Are you getting that same bar? We're seeing levels on our end? Okay, perfect. Oh no, you guys. Yeah, everybody, I just put myself on mute again on the Riverside. We should be all good to go. For everyone saying disconnect from TikTok, no, you don't need to do that. Like, for instance, look at this. I'll play audio right now for you guys. Yeah, everybody, I just put myself on mute again. See, like, I could even play my own audio just through the stream. Oh, okay. All right, everyone, just oh, sorry. Oh, it's I don't know if he's. I still can't hear. Let's see. Wish that there was a way to do an audio test. Someone give me a call. Is that to me, Andy? Perfect. Yeah. Here, I'll just call you off of my phone. I'm kind of alone in my studio right now. Here we go. Good idea. 502-794.
Hi, if you record your name.
All right. Yeah. So, anyways, okay. So yeah, it's showing levels on my end. My audio is connected to my mix amp, and then that should just be getting sent out to the mix amp. I'm so sorry that this is showing issues. I've
You're all good. You're all good.
never quite had this
We
issue
are
before.
seeing- It's okay. It's all good. We're good here. We're seeing levels in iron from our mics. So I'm just wondering if like and
Check 1, 2. That's all coming through. Do you want to mute me and unmute me on this?
yeah, I can mute you real quick. Try now.
Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4.
It's shown as muted on Riverside for Andy.
Yeah, no, we can if we can also try Zoom if this isn't working. Would that be better for you?
Yeah, Zoom will work. Zoom will work. I'm so sorry. I don't quite know what's going on with Riverside. Zoom will absolutely work.
You tell them we'll make Michael Ben wait.
You hear that?
I didn't quite hear it.
He said we'll make Michael Bennett wait. You're good.
I'm so sorry. Please do give Bennett my apologies. I was supposed to connect with him too. But all right, sounds good. Do you want me to share with you like an email to send that Zoom link over to?
Yeah. If you wanna share an email.
All right, you guys. So here's the next step. We're trying to figure out the technical difficulties that we're experiencing by going over to Zoom. So we're going to be doing that right now. I know that I unplugged my mic there at multiple points. That was purposeful. I did that intentionally. Sorry, you guys. But we are going on Zoom now. He's saying that he's going to make Michael Bennett wait. That's a Colorado senator. Whoopsie daisies. Whoopsie daisies. And by the way, for everybody that's asking for context, we're getting ready to have a conversation with Andy Beshear, the Democratic governor of Kentucky. And I'm the problem, apparently, because I am getting my audios in a mess, unfortunately. All right, one moment. Once. Oh my goodness. What a bad introduction. Wait, someone in the chat said Jill's governor? Is Jill from Kentucky? If so, that's funny. Here, one more anxiety pin rip until we hop on. Gotta stay professional. All right, we're gonna go ahead and try to do this again on Zoom. Zoom should work. Zoom's never given me a problem. There we go. Focusrite audio, OBS, join. Test speaker mic. Microphone seems to work. There's a test on the speaker. We're good. Perfect.
All
Hello.
right.
There
Can you hear
it
me?
goes. Yes, now I can hear you.
Outstanding.
I that's a little bit of an unfortunate first impression on my end, and for that I apologize. But it's a pleasure to meet you.
You as well, and grateful you're willing to do this.
Yeah, well, thank you for having me on, man.
So we're getting set on our end. I read your intro bio earlier, so we wouldn't have to take up your time. And so when we're ready, I'll look at this camera and say, welcome to the podcast, and we'll start off.
Sounds perfect.
Yeah, and it's your senator there from Colorado that's on next, but he's running late, so there's no issue at all.
Oh, perfect. Yeah, awesome. So are you talking to people specifically in Colorado? Is that what's going on today, or did that just happen to line up?
So we'll run you this Thursday. It comes out Thursday morning.
Oh, cool.
And then we'll have Bennett and Weiser. So we're doing our second season's called Prime for 2026.
Yeah.
And we're trying to have a place people can go to see 3 or 4 primary candidates when there are 3 or 4. So we've done Georgia, we've done Maine, a number of the other big ones out there.
Mm-hmm. Oh, nice.
All right. Okay.
Recording in progress.
Good. Dean, welcome to the podcast.
Thank you for having me on. It's a pleasure to meet you, man, and I'm happy to be here.
Really grateful you're taking the time. So I grew up in a family where if you weren't a Democrat, you weren't in the will. But your upbringing, I know, is a little different. Tell our listeners about your journey to where you are right now.
Sure. So I think first and foremost, where I grew up is probably relevant to this conversation, which would be on the western slope of Colorado. And I'm sure that there's many people who are tuning in right now who don't know much about the western slope of Colorado because there isn't much to know about it. But simultaneously, for those that do, you know that it's a very red conservative area with towns like Grand Junction, where I'm from, or cities like Pueblo, to Montrose. It's a very red area. And well, because of that, I grew up with a very red family. Both mom and the dad from childbirth until now have voted for Trump, stayed Republican. So of course, in turn, because of those social pressures and biases, I myself considered myself to be a Trump supporter for a lot of my youth. But that quickly changed on January 6th, which is a whole different story. But long story short, grew up in a very Republican family, so it sounds like we kind of had opposite upbringings.
So you are one of the most followed progressive content creators. What was it that grabbed you that said, I want to do this? I want to explain my views to people.
Yeah, well, the first thing that really grabbed me into explaining my views to others and having discourse, because that's what I'm all about, is really just talking to people who disagree with me and I disagree with them in an attempt to change their mind, or more thematically, just inspire people to critically think, was my declaration of a major in philosophy for the 2 years of college that I did up in Boulder. Going into that philosophy major, it really taught me a lot about how I could better think and structure my beliefs a little bit more objectively, with a massive consideration towards fact, reason, and logic. And I would apply what I'd learned in class just on online debates and subjects that I felt very adamant about, like abortion, for instance. And it was just kind of this gradual process from having these conversations in front of a crowd of maybe 10, 20 to 40 people to now having them in front of a crowd and at sometimes of 30,000. And it's been so fulfilling for me, because I feel like it's finally given me this ability to maybe share what I've learned, or even learn more from having these conversations. And what I hear back from a lot of the viewers of, you've been able to change my mind, you've been able to change my family members' minds, really keeps me going, because what it shows me is material change in the world around me, driven by what we talk about every day on live.
So you've said that you would still do what you're doing even if you won the lottery.
Yes.
That's pretty impressive. You wouldn't be on an island, or buying an island. You'd still be doing this. What's your hope? Let's say 5 years from now, about what your work will have meant.
Well, what will it have meant? I don't know what it will look like 5 years from now. And the reason why I'm being honest and telling you that is because if you ask me what my work will have looked like or meant 2 years in the future, 2 years ago, I wouldn't be able to tell you that I'm at where I'm at today. Now, I would assume it would probably mean something similar, just on a little bit of a wider scale, if that makes any sense. Reaching more people, having new conversations about whatever's going on 5 years in the future, or who knows, maybe I'll, step into government. I don't know. And I kind of like to keep those doors open, because at the end of the day, I'm kind of dead set on doing whatever I believe would be in the best interests of this country, insofar as changing minds and getting people on board with what should be common sense. And that's just so important right now, when we have such a large and strong pressure downstream from DC, in my opinion, of trying to convince people of lies, of things that are not commonsensical at all. And it is just completely dependent on the world that we'll live in 5 years, and what my reach at the point will be, which I don't know what that will look like.
So you communicate with folks all over the country every day. You've got your thumb on the pulse of what's going on in different groups of Americans. What do you think are the most pressing issues and challenges on people's minds right now?
Sure. Well, I mean, I think the most pressing issue on the average American's mind is affordability. And it has been for a long time. And I think that this is a crisis that has only been exacerbated by the Trump administration promising us a golden era where everyone's happy and everyone's loaded with money. But now we're seeing a year and a couple months into his term, gas costs more than it did when Biden walked out, and the growth rate in real median wages has slowed. So, I mean, I think that affordability really matters to me, to the average American, to everyone. And that's not an issue that we've seen properly addressed by the GOP, of course, but I mean, you'll hear me say that all day. But, also by many voices on the left, really not honing in on focusing on the real issues that impact the average everyday American, like the housing market, like groceries, like paying their bills. And I'm really hoping that coming into the midterms, we'll see a lot more candidates really railing in on that, now that we've seen that to be a proven recipe for success with people like Zohran Mamdani in New York City.
Yeah, I think that's so important. When I think about the challenges to this country that we're facing, division is certainly one. But that belief by so many Americans that the American dream is slipping away, that you can work hard, play by the rules, and still not get ahead. And I think sometimes when we use the term affordability, we sound a little political sciencey, as opposed to what is that next bill that I just can't pay. What do you hear, especially from younger voters and younger Americans? Is it, I'll never be able to afford that home that I grew up in? That I'll never get ahead the way that I saw my parents get ahead? What is it that you hear the most?
Well, what I hear most from younger Americans definitely has to do with affordability, of course. Starting life as, a new adult in a world that just seems so unattainable in so many ways. So 110% affordability. But if we're narrowing the scope here to younger Americans, for the most part, I feel like I read a sense of disillusionment in the system altogether from younger Americans, from being a whole lot younger in high school and being, forced to stay at home and not really understanding the nuance of a global pandemic and what that means for their neighbor and how it's actually maybe a good thing for us to do these lockdowns because they'll save lives, to then growing up a little bit and now watching the federal government refuse to release these files about all these really bad rapists that were harming children and then defending it in front of Congress or lying about it to our faces. It's that sense of disillusionment that it's us versus them and that they're not very honest with us, especially with a growing sense of resentment towards maybe some more of the long-term cemented allyships like we would have with the state of Israel and younger Americans. Like I saw this crazy statistic the other day that 70% of Democrats under the age of 50 don't support Israel, 50% of Republicans under the age of 50 don't support Israel, and how that kind of plays into this more bipartisan issue that, well, maybe there's actors on both sides of the aisles that aren't acting in the best interests of any American. And I feel like those have been the things that have been on the minds of younger Americans. And that is exactly, in my mind, what has made people, as I already mentioned, like Zohar and Mamdani be so successful, because it's more so that honest approach of, hey, I'm going to help you pay your bills. Okay, I'm going to focus on you. I'm going to focus on the betterment of all of you, not just some of you. And we're going to focus on the real issues, like what can we do to lower your taxes and make the top 1% pay their fair share? What can we do to lower your rent and make these billionaire, trillionaire companies and rich landowners and property owners only charge fair rates or make them pay their own fair share too, and so on and so forth. And that's kind of where I'd say, once again, the mind of the younger Americans are at, is just feeling the sense of disillusionment in the system because of how much maybe they feel as if it has failed them in one way or another.
Yeah, I think that was the approach for Abigail Spanberger and Mikey Sherrill too, who ended up with margins of victory last November that were much larger than going into it any of us thought were possible. So if you were advising somebody who's going to be on the ballot in 2026, we've got so many House candidates. It looks like Democrats are going to be able to make a run at the Senate, which should have been structurally impossible but for where the country is. We've got 36 governor's races across the country, something that I'm pretty vested in as head of the Democratic Governors Association. What would your advice be to those candidates?
Well, I would be, that advice would be to look at what has worked. There's a reason why, every American was talking about Mamdani. There's a reason why, we now know Abigail Spanberger's name. There's a reason why the Democrats won the mayoral race in Miami for the first time in 30 years. And that reason is because there's now an environment where the vast majority of Americans hate our president. The vast majority of Americans think our Republican-led Congress is failing us. So now they have this opportunity to run against that tyranny. Now they have an opportunity to run against what we don't like and to really take advantage of that opportunity and seize that while also running on what the Americans do want. I think that we need to be putting more of a pressure against the top 1%, against the ruling elite. We need to be putting a pressure on Congress to follow the law, abide by the Epstein Files Transparency Act, and that's what the people want. It's just be a progressive populist in my mind. That's what has been working. I think it'll work more because that's what the people want. So in short, my advice would be is please run on what the people want, run on what the people care about, and look at this disillusionment that is being experienced by so many younger Americans and treat it seriously. Don't treat it as an obstacle that you somehow have to rhetoric your way out of or ignore in interviews, and address it head on.
We've had a number of focus groups. We've had high school students, college students, young professionals, and a lot of what we ask is, how do you get your news? How do you connect with either candidates or the news that's out there? And what we hear from so many of them is through you, but also through YouTube and TikTok as that first thing that gets them interested, and then they do a deeper dive for more. Tell us what, I mean, you are a master at this. How you go about trying to pique that interest so that you can get these folks, not just young voters, all voters, to learn a little bit more about the issues that we're facing.
Sure. When I report the news, my main objective is for the way in which I report it to be at a level that could be understood by somebody who is completely apolitical without a background insofar as knowing with the events that have unfolded in the last year, 5 years, 10 years, while still being able to communicate all of the substance of the headline. And what I mean by that is I feel like even myself, when I was younger, 16, 17, and not too politically involved, would be looking at headlines or looking at independent journalists and trying to keep up with what they were trying to tell me. But I just couldn't really follow, if that makes sense, because let's just assume that maybe independent journalists were reporting on Donald Trump pulling us outside of the JCPOA under his first administration, the denuclearization agreement that we had with Iran. And the independent journalists or the CNNs of the world would say, Trump pulled us outside of the JCPOA, alarm bells are ringing, end of story. But what the hell is it, the JCPOA? I don't know what that is, right? So when I approach breaking the news to my audience, I always make sure to use words that are understood by the average American. I purport concepts in which could be grasped without that background knowledge on the subject matter. And if there's something that has to be, discussed that would require background knowledge, I also make sure to then share that background knowledge. So that's the way I break the news. If that's the question that you're asking. And I think that the world would benefit if a lot more people did that, because we like to assume in our own political echo chambers on the internet here that everyone's political, but that's further from the truth. No, not everyone is political.
Especially on cable news, they assume that you've been watching cable news all day long, that you can respond to a story that they put out an hour or two ago when most of us are going to work and not seeing that or going to class. What was the video that you did maybe that caught fire where you said, I think I can do this full time?
I think that had to have been my sit down on Jubilee for a 1v20 debate a while ago. I think at this point, coming up on 2 years this September, where I sat down, I debated 20 Trump supporters at once. And then Jubilee turned around, posted that on their YouTube channel, and people really seemed to like it.
So when you're in that debate, a battle of ideas, and it helps when you have facts on your side, how is it that you both try to argue your point, but also not disrespect that other person with a different viewpoint all at the same time?
Yeah. Well, the thing is sometimes I do find myself disrespecting the other person. And many times I do end up regretting that, because some of the best conversations that I'll have on my platform are when we can freely discuss the substance of the claims being made. And inevitably, people will always be more open to change rather than not when they don't feel like they're being personally attacked. And I guess what I would say here is I just really try to focus on what they're saying, and I try to focus on why it's wrong. And if those are my two goals of what are they saying, and if it's wrong, why it's wrong, I don't find myself kind of entertaining those personal attacks as much. But I think it's, important for me to be honest here. That's not what you'll see every single time you watch one of my debates. And maybe that's something I could work on.
You got pretty emotional after the Charlie Kirk assassination. I know somebody that you had debated. I lost one of my closest friends in a mass shooting. It's traumatic. Tell me, as you look back now, what are your thoughts and feelings on it? I know we all desperately want a world without political violence.
Yeah, I was actually just talking about this on my stream right before I joined in, so that's a good question. So I would say that my thoughts and feelings on it have changed quite a bit the more time has passed. So first and foremost, I don't like regret or pull back on, crying on live, which is what I did that sparked a lot of controversy. And this is exactly what I was talking about before I joined this conversation. And that was because, well, my best friend was there. He was 20 feet away. It was the first person he called. He was running away, screaming, thinking it was a mass shooting. Regardless of my thoughts on Charlie Kirk, I think he was a bad person with bad beliefs. He was still a person that I personally interacted with. So it was a little bit jarring watching a video of his jugular getting split open, or even how that maybe induced a sense of fear on my behalf of saying, now can I go outside? Which I didn't. For the next 3 weeks after that happened, stayed inside, got cameras, put them outside on my door because I thought maybe I'm next. And that was a very jarring and, honestly, just troubling series of events with all that information. But a year and a half later, and no, it's not even a year and a half later. What am I saying? I'm sorry. A little bit later, down the road, I would say maybe what has changed are my thoughts on the role that Charlie Kirk played for the right, what he would be saying today about what is going on today, and maybe what is the appropriate response from the left to somebody like Charlie Kirk getting taken out. I think that it is important to condemn all political violence. I don't think that he deserved to die. And I don't retract any of my statements about that either that I said when he was shot. But simultaneously, I think that a lot of people on the left are really feeling disillusioned because when that happened, people were getting fired from their jobs for saying they didn't care. And then less than a couple months later, our President Trump turned around and called for the execution of 7 Democrats in Congress. Then everyone celebrated. And I think it's important for us to acknowledge here that if we want to condemn political violence, then we have to do so in a bipartisan nature. And we can't have a president turning around and calling for the execution of some Democrats.
Yeah, I've made the exact same point. The idea that Trump will only condemn violence when it's against someone that looks like him, prays like him, if he prays, votes like him. And the scene that still hits me as a person of faith who believes in that golden rule is Erica Kirk comes out and says something that's almost straight out of the Bible, right? That she forgives her enemies. And then Donald Trump walks out right afterwards and says, not me, I hate him.
Yeah.
I mean, basically a president of the United States saying to a large crowd of people that he believes in the exact opposite of that golden rule. I think that showed that he is not willing to condemn political violence and in fact has called for it on multiple occasions.
I couldn't agree with you more. Spot on.
What do you think is the next big issue that's going to grab the American people? I think we're certainly seeing some concerns over AI, especially in different communities. What else are you hearing
about the next big issue? Oh man, with Steve Bannon's flood the zone technique that we've seen, since the beginning of Trump's first presidency, I'd argue that we never really know what the next big issue will be. And that's something that's been really hard for me to come to terms with. 1 week it's war in Iran.
Right.
Next week it's the Epstein files. And the week before that, like I said, it's him calling for the execution of Democrats or, maybe defending the murder of Alex Preddy. We don't know what the big issue is. There's always a big issue. 1 week it's one thing, the next week it's something else. Now, if you're more so asking, what are the big issues that will be impacting the average American compared to the big issues that Donald Trump wants to impact the average American, like you said, I would assume that AI is on the rise. That's going to become something we have to legislate on. I think that we really need to address the lawlessness that we've seen from federal agencies such as DHS and ICE. I think that we need to hold the liars and the corrupt politicians and the Trump administration and the DOJ accountable for breaking the law and refusing to release the Epstein files. So I hope the next big issue is midterms comes and goes, Democrats win, and then Democrats turn around and hold a bunch of people in the GOP and the Trump administration accountable. And that's what everyone is talking about for 6 months. That's the next big issue that I'd like.
So I've been critical of my own party in the response to the flood the zone. It's clear that they throw out 10 shiny balls every single day, and the question is, are we the cat that runs after all of them, or do we stay focused on affordability, on the things that matter to the American people? I've been a big believer that discipline and focus is how we win, not just in the midterms, but hopefully how we stay together as a party and keep winning, not just in 26, but hopefully in 28.
Yeah, I agree. It will never be a bad thing for a politician to stay focused on helping the average American through affordability, through other means. I like that. That's what our politicians should be focused on. But I do also think simultaneously that the Trump administration purports such a unique threat to the social, moral, and legal fabric of this great nation that it is simultaneously very important for us to also focus on amending the wrongs, of holding the ill-willed accountable, and firing those in which we can that are culpable for these wrongdoings, for the long-term preservation of our social, moral, and legal fabric of our great nation. And I think if we could find a way to do those things all at the same time, where we want to help the average American focus on accountability, address the issues that matter the most, while simultaneously also wanting to hold the bad actors in our government accountable, which would include maybe sometimes chasing the shiny balls that, flood the zone, that would be the best approach for the people and for the nation.
Give us your predictions on the midterms.
Well, I mean, my predictions are very limited. I'm not too much of a predictive man, if that makes any sense. But I would argue that we've seen a trend in the special elections held so far since Trump's victory. Democrat seems like, I was seeing a new video nearly every day for a while about, oh my goodness, a Democrat won this a deeply red district seat that has been held by Republicans for the last 40 years in Georgia, Tennessee, Florida. I mean, I think it was like 2 days ago that a Democrat won a race for, what was it? A mayoral race in some place in Florida, and won by one vote, and that position hadn't been held by a Democrat in 30 years. So because of, what we've seen in these special elections, I think we'll see that in the midterms too. You said it yourself, when we first started a conversation, that somehow the Senate is in play for Democrats, which is just an impossibility, it seems like, but it is. So I think that we're going to see a blue wave, sea to shining, sea coast to coast. And I think it's going to be a day of celebration, and then the day in which follows will hopefully be a day of accountability, and which has been long deserved for many members of the Trump administration.
So some of our listeners may not know what it's like to be a content creator. When you start your day, on average, I mean, you post across multiple platforms, different content. How much of your day is sitting there cranking it out?
Oh man, it varies. Some days it's 4 hours, other days it's 12. It definitely varies. I'd argue on average around 6.5 hours of work every day, 7 days a week. But then when you have super big things happen, then I might be working from the moment I wake up to the moment I go to bed. A good example of that would be the day that Alex Preddy was killed by an ICE agent. From the moment I woke up at 9 a.m. until the moment I went to bed at 11:30 or 12, I was recording videos, performing, analyzing the footage to dispute the narrative purported by the Trump administration, going live. And, that's how it is sometimes. But, I love to do it because I want to ensure that there's good information out there accessible to the average American to maybe refute some of the BS, for lack of a better term, we're hearing from some of the loudest people in the country.
One of the reasons we started the podcast was the impact on mental health that the news is having right now. But you can't take a break. Especially when the news is that hard hitting. So what do you do for your own mental health to make sure that you're still good and able to continue to educate a lot of our folks out there?
Great question. One that I spent a long time trying to answer. sunlight and working out. Those are my two things. As long as I'm working out at least 5 days a week in the gym and get at least an hour or two of sunlight a day, I'm good.
Well, that's a lot healthier than some other people's choices. What do you like to do when you're not creating content? What do you do to get away from it?
Oh, a lot of music. I play piano, play guitar, I spend a lot of my time composing my own pieces on piano. We're working on some jazz improv, and hanging out with my girlfriend, and other times watching TV. So those are my quote unquote escapes.
Wait, I want to break some news here. Is Dean Withers in a band?
I have been at points in the past. I formed a band for when I was in college for 2 years before I dropped out. I say band very loosely because, we never did on-stage performances or anything. But I had a group of buddies, and we'd play music very frequently, and it was so much fun.
If you could take a week off, and I know you probably can't, what would you do?
Oh, man, taking a week off. I love the beach. I really love the beach. I might spend it at the beach somewhere. Or I might rent an RV and just take it on a road trip. That sounds really fun, to go see Yosemite, go see the redwood forests in California. Maybe take it down to the south. One of those two options, that's what I'd be looking for.
Yeah, people ask me, how do you communicate so well with Republican voters? And I say, well, first, they're my neighbor. And so I just treat them like a person. But second, I vacation in the panhandle of Florida. So you have to be able to. What we like to ask people what their secret superpower is. What is something that you're really good at that no one knows?
Ooh, something I'm really good at that no one knows. Yeah, that's a great question.
I'll tell you, Amy Klobuchar apparently doesn't need much sleep. That would be a productive one. My wife, Brittany, can pack a suitcase like no one I've ever met. You could be at the beach and want a parka, and it is somehow in the suitcase. Cindy Munson, who's running for governor of Oklahoma, makes the best guacamole out of anybody she's met.
Sure. You know what? I'm really good at roller skating.
That is an excellent one. Like roller blading?
Oh, yeah, roller blading. When I was younger, I was doing statewide, nationwide competitions on the blades.
Oh, wow. See, back in my day, it was Champs Roller Dome. It's a little different. It was just whether you could limbo on roller skates. What do you want people to know about you and to take away? If you could write what you want your reputation to be, what would it be?
Inspiring people to critically think. That's what it's all about. I think that so many things are so important to so many Americans, like entertainment, football, and TV. But one thing that's not too important to many Americans is critically thinking. And if critically thinking could be more important to more people, we might just be able to save this country now and forever.
Let's close out with, you see and have a lot of people on. You see a lot of people who serve. You see a lot of candidates. What is it about any of those that actually gets you excited, that inspires you?
Oh, I gotta say, I've mentioned his name 4 or 5 times in the interview so far, so clearly he's somebody that inspires me. Seeing young people so involved, so sharp, so on it, and pushing for the right things, like people like Zohran Mamdani in New York City. That really inspires me, because that shows me, truly shows me, just how capable so many young people can be. And it pushes me to push myself to do a little bit more tomorrow than I did the day before.
Well, we are grateful that you would take a little bit of time for this podcast. There was a strong recommendation that we had to have you on by Lila Beshear, my daughter, who has taught us Gen Z lingo on this podcast before. So I've gotten to personally see how you reach out, how you educate, how you create that critical thinking. We're really grateful for the job that you do, and thanks for being on.
Well, I appreciate you for having me on, and thank you for your kind words, and I hope you have a good rest of your day.
Great. Feel good about it?
Yeah, that was good. That was really good. I see why your approval rating is 65% in a red state. You made me feel pretty dang comfortable.
Well, that's it. What you were talking about on how you talk to people, I've got a thing I always say: talk like a normal human being, and you can interact with everyone.
Recording stopped.
Yeah, you did. I didn't. I'm gonna be honest, Andy. I didn't feel like I was talking to a politician.
Good.
So you're killing it.
I was a human being before all this. I just try to get back to that every now and then.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much for having me on. I wish you the best of luck with Bennett, and have a great rest of your day.
Great. We will we'll send you the whole thing. I know you recorded too. Anything you could do to push it out, be real helpful for us. We have a decent audience on SiriusXM, especially.
Yeah.
And then comparatively, we are teeny tiny on YouTube, but we're growing.
Cool. Well, yeah, I'll do what I can.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Awesome. Have a good one. All right, folks, let me go ahead and reopen the YouTube and TikTok real quick. What did you guys think of that? Wow. That was I don't think I've really talked to many politicians like him before. That was weird, dude. I'm a little disillusioned. Whenever you talk to a politician, you could tell you're talking to a politician. That just kind of felt like I was talking to a human. Like that was interesting. What I said there at the end, I see why he has that high approval rating. I meant it. Just talks like a human. Now, I'm not familiar with his with his politics. I wish I would have familiarized myself a little bit more at the beginning. I'll have to look into his politics. I'll have to look into like what he actually advocates for policy-wise and where he stands, because I wonder, what is he looking at in the next presidential. That's the reason why I know his name, is because it was being tossed around quite a bit for the Oval. Anyways, thank you so much for the $5 over on Super Chat, Narcissa, who says, "This is so fake. You have no idea how stupid the interview sounds. This is horrible." Damn, bro, what the hell is your problem? Feel free to explain it. Feel free to explain your position. Someone else in the chat says, normally politicians are asked questions, but he was asking you stuff. Much better approach for a politician. Yeah, I wish that I was able to ask him a couple questions. Anyways, how did I do? I think, I don't know. I think I was kind of blundering there at the beginning, talking a little bit too much, not making much sense. But I think I kind of locked in at the end. I think in order for me to like really lock in an interview, I got to be a little nervous, if that makes any sense. Like, me being nervous helps me fucking lock in. And I wasn't too nervous talking to him. You did pretty good? Cool. I feel like I came back in the end. I want to hear back from this Narcissa person who said, this is so fake. This is terrible. I want to hear back from them. I need to hear the explanation for the VO. I need to hear the justification right now. Let's see here. We got a couple people to thank here. You guys have been very, very kind. Bridget, thank you for the $20 over on Super Chat, who says, you did a great job. I'm so proud of you. Thank you so much, Bridget. That is very kind. Ben with the $5. Yeah, it's smart, Ben. Thank you. Addison, thank you for the 5, who says, Andy is great. He's my governor and his political views are just like yours. He's a great candidate. Awesome, man. I love that. Joseph, thank you for the $20, who says, awesome job, Dean. You killed it. We need more people like both of you. Well, thank you so much, Joseph. Yeah, I really liked his approach. I really liked his approach. Haley, thank you for the $15, who says, as somebody from Kentucky, I'm so proud of Andy Beshear. So wild to hear him on your live. What an awesome day. I know, that is really awesome. And then Damaris, thank you for the $10. Mary, thank you so much for the $20. I really appreciate you. And it looks like we're all caught up. One thing that I will say here. Oh, it just escaped my mind. Oh, it came back. Well, as he was asking me about like having conversations without getting disrespectful. And I didn't want to straight up lie. So I was a little honest with him there. Maybe I could have been a little bit more honest, right? Because, you know, you'll hear me on my live say that maybe sometimes some views deserve to get disrespected. But I didn't want to throw that one in there because I feel like his audience, right, if they heard that one, they would have, like, you know, like jumped back and hissed and screamed at the laptop or the iPad. So I don't know. I need to find like a good way to say that to the mainstream audience. Treat them, give them the same energy they give me. Maybe that, but even that's not fully there, because it's not even just about giving them the same energy that they give me. It's about me giving them the same energy they give others, you know? So I need to find a way to, find a good way to communicate that sentiment. Serena, thank you so much for the $15 over on PayPal. He says the interview was wonderful. You did amazing. I'm proud of it. It was great being able to hear it live. You did really great. Thank you so much, Serena. That is very, very kind. Cammy, thank you for the $20. She says you did very well. Proud Auntie. Thank you so much for the love, Cammy. And then Rena, thank you so much for the $15 over on PayPal. And then Cindy, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo. This is philosophy professor here. I teach philosophy of race. Where to go? And feminist philosophy. Thank you for promoting critical thought. I'm truly convinced philosophy has failed America. If you ever want to chat philosophy, let me know. I'm sure your professors are beyond proud. Dang, that's awesome, Cindy. Thank you for the good work that you do. I have a lot of respect for philosophy professors. You guys are like usually like the smartest people ever, at least in my experience, and the professors that I've had. Some of the smartest people that I know are certainly philosophy professors. Okay. All right. So, folks, I'm going to go ahead and end the stream for the day. If you're still in the mood for debates, head over to @ParkerGetAJob on TikTok, @ParkerGetAJob on YouTube. I appreciate you guys so much for tuning in.